2020 full city council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll. Remember, if you're on mute, unmute to record attendance.
Anderson Burgos,
I am here.
Bartley,
Here.
Graney,
Yes, I'm here.
Hernandez, Leahy.
I am present. What?
Hi, Libby.
Hi.
LeBrun Martinez,
Here.
Lisi,
Here.
McGee,
Here,
McGivern,
Here.
Murphy,
Here.
Sullivan,
Here.
Tallman,
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
all right, so with that, there was an item laid on the table. It's not on the agenda here, but it was laid on the table. It was with regards to the Canal System Industrial Area Grant.
Make a motion to remove the item from the table for discussion. Second.
Motion is removed for discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? With that, it is the grant that we took up last time. We'll turn over to Counselor McGivern.
We'll make a motion to pass the second reading. That's where we are.
All right, motion is to pass the second reading. Under discussion.
This was a grant. I'll recap it real quick. I think everybody that was present remembers, and most people were either present at the full city council meeting or at the finance committee meeting. It's from the Mass Historical Commission itself. It's a grant for $12,500 with a one-to-one dollar match. They identified the match is coming from block grant monies that are already in place, have been okayed by the director of the block grant, the overseer of the block grant monies themselves. Some of those dollars are from prior years that were left unused, okayed by the mayor to use for this. Most of this would be a feasibility type study in the canal industrial area. And we believe it would complement those of us that are in favor of it, that would complement a lot of what is going down in the canal industrial area, and the money would be put to good use. There was some objections to it, mostly because it was block grant dollars. They felt they could be used elsewhere. Again, that's the mayor's call as to where those dollars would be used, and also some objections because of the fact that it's a study, and some people feel there's just too many studies. I'm not going to put words in people's mouths, but we laid it on the table because there was not a full city council attendance at this point and at that point in the agenda to give everybody a chance to vote on it tonight for the second reading.
All right, Counselor Bartley, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to just give a slightly different interpretation of that history in a second, but just a point of order. Mr. President, your ruling is that we can take this up, though it's not on an agenda?
It was laid on the table, Counselor. Just because it's not on this agenda because it wasn't printed correctly doesn't mean that it's not laid on the table. So yes, that's what I am saying.
Well, wait a minute. We know it's laid on a table, but it's not on a published agenda. So this doesn't violate open meeting law? You don't want to refer it to legal?
We can refer it to legal. Are you making a motion to call in legal?
I'm going to make a motion that we make sure we go on firm footing on that one.
Sure, I'll second that.
The motion is to ask Crystal and legal if we can proceed with this.
I believe.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Crystal, are you there?
I believe Crystal's running a little late. I'm sorry. I should have mentioned it earlier.
Okay. So we can come back to this until Crystal gets here.
I would say lay it on the table and go to the public comment and see if we have Crystal back by then.
All right, so keep it on the table. It's under motions to keep it on the table until legal comes in.
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
All opposed? Public comment is next. Do we have anyone, Ryan, for public comment?
I believe we do, Todd.
Okay, and do you want to start letting them in?
Yep, they're
Public comment. You have to state your name, your address. It's a minute and a half for speaking. I will give you a 1 minute heads up, and then we will go from there to the next person looking to speak. So open it up, Ryan, and then whoever's up first, please state your name and your address.
And Todd, maybe we could ask some of the people to try to utilize that blue raised hand in order for them to be noticed that they want to speak publicly.
Yeah, if anyone is here for public comment, if you know to use the raise your hand, and we'll try and get you in order here.
You have to click on participants and the box will come up to your right.
I don't see any hands yet.
Do you want to ask of the names that we have, like Edward Owen or Stephen Rosenbush, if they are here to speak?
So they're muted. Ryan, can they unmute, or you have to unmute them, Ryan?
I believe they would have to unmute themselves at this
Right,
point.
so Gary, are you here for public comment? Stephen?
Can you hear me?
Is this Stephen?
Yes, this is
Okay.
Stephen.
Hi, Stephen. You're here for public comment?
Well, I'm not sure it's being brought up. I did have a comment on the proposal made last meeting about recall, and my comment simply was, I appreciate what the city council is trying to do, but I would just like you to think for a moment about how difficult it will be and expensive to implement that recall. And let's forget about the mayor for a moment and just deal with what if it was a city treasurer who was accused of embezzling $100,000 or $200,000. If there was 7 months left in her term, would you continue to let her serve, even though it's less than a year? I think that proposal has to be rethought. I think the requirement for 500 signatures within a month's time is something that would cost thousands of dollars, and it's just not doable, so that it would be thrown to the state attorney general or the district attorney. And once again, Holyoke looks like a child not able to take care of itself. And we don't want to do that. We don't want the state coming in. And that's all I have to say.
All right, well, thank you, Stephen. Albert? Are you here for public comment?
Albert's not here for public comment.
Brian?
I'm not here for public comment either.
Okay. Let's see who else I'm looking. Edward Owen?
No, I'm not here for public comment.
Okay. All right. I don't have any emails.
There's 2 more phones at the bottom besides Councilor Greenie.
Mr.
Ryan, do you know
President,
who those people are?
Mr. President,
Hold on.
I think there's a couple of unnamed call-ins about Mount Marie, the Mount St. Vincent's takeover.
Okay. And
Yeah, 2668 are my last 4 numbers. That's Councilor Graney, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you.
all right, there's 2 other numbers here, 40097 and 59625. Are you here for public comment?
I'm here.
All right, can we have your name and address, please?
Barbara Giroux, 32 Richmond Way, Chicopee, Massachusetts. Calling regarding the Mount St. Vincent's Care Center in Holyoke.
All right, so hold on, Barbara. Since they're not a Holyoke resident, the motion is to allow
Mr.
them.
President, if I can make a motion to allow a non-Holyoke resident to speak.
Second it.
Mrs. Giroux is the sister-in-law of Andy Giroux, who I think we all know, and she is the former mayor of Hampden Ponds. I think we know this person is a good speaker, and we can hear some good input from her tonight.
All right, so
This
motion
is
is to
Councilor
allow them
Graney.
to
I'll
speak.
second it.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Giroux, and my mom is 92 years old and a very happy resident of Mount St. Vincent. Mom chose to stay at Mount St. Vincent's after falling 6 times and now needs 24/7 care. Please, city councilors, voice your support to the Mass Department of Public Health to not approve the sale of eye care. Eye Care proposes to purchase the Farron Care in Montague too and move all these behavioral residents to Mount St. Vincent and mix with our frail elderly families. They have proposed it to be a dual diagnosis facility, medical and behavioral, which means our residents would have to move. My mom and other residents would not survive the move at their ages. Remember, we are in a pandemic. It is unsafe to move all these residents from Montague to Holyoke. The staff at both places have received layoff notices. This is so unfair. The staff at Mount St. Vincent's are the best. The care, the love, the support they have shown, and many have been there 30 to 40 years. They have been by my mom's side through all this when we are not allowed in the facility. They are our family. Thank you very much for your support and for letting me speak on behalf of our family.
Thank you very much. The other number was 596. Yep.
I am 9625.
Okay, and you are, please.
My name is Doris Bardwell. I actually reside in South Deerfield currently, but I was born and raised in Holyoke, and just like Barbara, my mother is a resident at Mount St. Vincent Care Center. I am actually the group representative that has went ahead to initiate a public hearing with the Department of Public Health in regards to this takeover by eye care. And I would appreciate it if you would allow me to address you this evening.
Absolutely. The floor is yours.
Thank you kindly. So as if 2020 isn't bad enough and we have the chaos of an election year and the chaos of coronavirus, just imagine that you now find out that your loved ones are in jeopardy in a nursing home of possibly being evicted and being told that they don't meet a dual diagnosis of needing to have a mental health incapacity or behavioral incapacity as well as a medical component. So, I mean, we've had at Mount St. Vincent 33 cases of coronavirus and 13 deaths, and that incredible staff that risk their own lives, jeopardize their own health and safety, and fearing for bringing the virus home to their families have now all received layoff notices, as Barbara indicated. And on August 17th, letters went to the residents at their bedsides and mailed out to families on that same day, putting fear and sadness in our hearts. Can you even imagine this happening to you? We call our loved ones on the phone because we've been unable to access the inside of the nursing home. And they're crying. They know what's going on. They're asking us, where am I going to be? You know, is my bed going to still be here? What's going to happen to me? It is an incredible, cruel, and heartless situation going on there. My mother's going on 5 years there. She's 94 with dementia and Alzheimer's. She has moments of lucidity where she understands what's happening, as well as many of the other residents. Some of them are in full capacity of their mental capacity, but they have no use of their bodies and need 24/7 care, and they are fully aware of what's happening. And it is absolutely heartbreaking for eye care to take this time during the middle of a pandemic when they are operating under a cloak of invisibility, moving around inside the facility without any of us being able to figure out what is going on. We have been informed at the last minute and tried to pull together some kind of a defense. We've been in contact with the governor. We've been in contact with all of our elected officials. We reached out to Joe McGivern, and we've had 3 public hearings. It is now in the hands of the Department of Public Health, who has the sole responsibility to say yay or nay. Pardon me?
You're just a little over a minute. So just give me the heads up on the time.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. So our goal here this evening, speaking to the council, is to ask kindly if there's anything that you can do, writing a letter to the Department of Public Health and to iCare, to Trinity, anything that you can do to help us in our fight here to try. We are at least asking them to put a halt to this until the pandemic is over.
Thank you very much.
Todd, another feather in Hoyoke's cap is people from Chicopee and South Deerfield are bringing their parents into Hoyoke for care. It's just a huge feather in our cap once again.
Anyone else for public comment?
Mr. President,
Yes.
it's Councilor Rainey.
Yeah, Counselor.
I think that we should move on this issue as soon as possible. I think that time is critical, and I think the full council should be involved. This is a heartbreaking situation. These families deserve more, and they need more from their elected local officials. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Counselor McGivern.
if public comment is done, I would like to move that we, this was reported out of committee last night in DGR. It doesn't have a number on the agenda tonight, but the committee report is coming out. To make that fair, I would ask that we remove it from committee because it doesn't appear on the agenda. It was your order that you originally filed to have an iCare representative come into the DGR committee. The iCare representative chose not to come in, which is their prerogative, but the DPH hearing is closed and they're going to act between now and the end of November. And I would agree with Councilor Graney. We should see if we can take some action tonight.
Second the motion.
All right, so the motion is to remove from DGNR my order to invite in iCare. And we'll have Ryan get that, but that was the order that I filed. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Yes, I have it. So I did file an order to invite in iCare. I was contacted by Dan Keenan, who represents Providence Hospital, giving us the update at way back when. That was sent to everyone by Ryan. And then there was a request to have them come in, so I filed the order to have them come in. They did send an email saying that they could not make the meeting, which was given to Councilor McGivern, Ryan, and myself. With that, Councilor McGivern, what would be your pleasure here?
Well, if I could defer to the chairman first, because there is a committee report, if David wants to make that first, or I'd be happy to make a motion.
Sure.
So
Motion, the order's been complied with.
Second.
Complied with, okay. So the order is that it's been complied with.
Under
So
discussion.
we receive, adopt as complied with. Under discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Right. So we had a committee hearing last night, and I don't know. I know that Ryan contacted the representative, but he only had a few days notice probably, so I can't really blame him for not coming on that. But we did hear from Joe and from others that wanted to move this out of committee, and so we had it there for discussion, for a very robust discussion relative to the exigency of the situation at Mount St. Vincent. It's a pretty critical, dire situation right now, especially with an agency coming in. I don't know why there's a lot of there's piling on, and iCare is just the buyer, as far as I know. I don't know what I think the diocese is a seller, so I'm not really sure what the diocesan role is here. But they ought to be contacted as well. I felt so. We decided last night that we would move this up to the full city council, and that we would ask that the council get behind a letter of support for the residents of Mount St. Vincent, for the workers of Mount St. Vincent, and to ask for some kind of consideration relative to delaying the change of hands. And I think the last piece is that we wanted to see if, by the way, this is not easy going from memory, especially when all my notes were on the on the order itself, as I typically do, but I wasn't able to keep those today. I had to turn those in. So the last piece was that the consideration for the residents to try and for everybody to see if we can, stay this proceeding for as long as possible. We didn't put a firm date on it, like I heard a speaker say the end of the pandemic, but that doesn't sound unreasonable, or some other executive decree by the governor. It just, right now it seems premature to be moving people out. I guess the last thing we said was if they had to move out, that we would want to have them as close to Holyoke as possible. Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. I just wanted to get the date of the public hearing with DPH on this matter.
October 1st.
Oh my gosh, really? Okay, so yeah, there's some urgency there in terms of submitting a letter. I would imagine that the public comment period for submitting comment to the DPH is still open, but it is, we're under the gun here.
Anyone else? Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President.
Hold on, Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Graney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Bartley did a fine job, as always, of and I thank the committee for hearing this last night, because I know it was a little bit last minute stuff that was thrown at them when the I-Corps representative didn't show up. I only learned about that October 1st hearing about 3 weeks ago from some family members, a couple who spoke this evening, and some other Holyoke family members who have their moms or dads up at Mount St. Vincent. And the more I've learned, the more I've grown concerned about this proposal. It's not just a takeover of a facility. We all know Mount St. Vincent is one of the jewels when it comes to elder nursing home health care. It has been for many years. It fits up there with, the top 5, I think, in Holyoke, and it served both our residents and regional, residents also. And I believe that, I'm not trying to say something was done purposely, but to learn about this, secondhand is just not right. And let me explain what I'm saying. It's not just a takeover. I'm concerned about the COVID issue. I'm concerned about the moving of residents, because they say they don't have to move, but this is what's going to force the residents to move. The closing of the Farron Health Center in Turner's Falls, which serves the Greenfield area, is a different type of facility, and I believe a different license. This license is similar to the one that Care One has on East Hampton Road in Holyoke. At Care One, there are psych patients, BHN patients, who are court-ordered patients that are there from the state of New York. The mortgage holder or the holder of the property of Care One is out of New Jersey. iCare, I believe, is out of Connecticut. And if they take over Mount St. Vincent, we're going to see Franklin County residents being moved down here who need the service that iCare provides, but they're going to bring them from Franklin County, forcing their families to come a 45-minute drive to visit the patients now in Holyoke. Reminder that our geriatric authority is still being looked at by Bay State to open up a psych hospital. That kind of fell off the table. It fell back on the table. That psych hospital is, if that opens, Bay State is going to close their psych unit in Franklin County, meaning that the patients in the psych unit up in the Franklin Medical Center will be coming down into Holyoke also. These are psych patients who are dual diagnosed. Some have substance abuse issues, some have psych issues, some have both, some have court orders, and I'm going to stop there and leave the imagination on what some of those court orders going, knowing that across the street is a elementary school, and adjacent to the property is a heavily populated residential community with mostly young families and young kids. Not only is this wrong for the elders who are currently there, the lack of warning of the type of patients and the type of facility to come into Holyoke, and the fact that iCare cannot take the time, never mind last night, why didn't iCare come to us before this and talk to about this, looking for our support? They want to come to us after DPH makes their decision. My understanding is DPH will make their decision by the end of November. The public comment period was so short. I'm not even sure if it's open, because they did say they would take written testimony. We've gotten some good good comment out there. I think tonight is good because people in Holyoke may be hearing this for the first time. I know the principal of the elementary school heard it for the first time last week. I know there's a lot of people that are on alert now trying to learn more about this. And yes, I would like the letter of support going for the concerns of the families and the residents who are there. But I also would like a letter of support in opposition to the takeover based on the facts that we know. And I really think that there's a justification for that. I don't mean to speak so much on this. I thank everybody for listening. But we as a local body, we as a city have very little to say about the medical health service industry. Our Board of Health can look at the kitchen and talk about food service. The building department can look for code violations, but we cannot use zoning. We cannot use anything to prevent or control the location of such a facility, as we all know. And we have very little to say to DPH, except when they have these public hearings and when they listen to our testimony. I liken this, I told DPH, I only spoken to one DPH hearing in the last 41 years. And I missed the one a few weeks ago on the maternity ward at Holyoke Medical. Whatever, Gladys LeBron Martinez and Councilor Lisi and others brought to that public hearing, DPH listened. And that's been turned around for the time being. I wish we could have done the same for that psych warrant, which serves so many people in need at Providence Hospital in a very good setting at the right location. And now I hope that DPH, if you will support such a letter, will listen to us this evening. And they had countless people who testified at the public hearing. At least 3/4 of them, not only were the residents, Holyoke residents, but the family were Holyoke families too. Thank you for listening.
Councilor Graney, then Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Councilor McGivern has stated, not only are there schools up there and a large population of young families, there also is a huge apartment complex, Devonshire, that houses many, many senior citizens who are right in that area as well. And I also agree that what about the licensing? Would this be a different license? Does the city of Holyoke control the licensing of such a facility? And can the city council do something about that issue to prevent this facility from coming? Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilor McGivern for taking this up, and for Councilor Bartley for bringing this up last night at the meeting, at our DGNR meeting. I think it's imperative that we get the message out to DPH. I thank Joe for speaking on behalf of not just the council, but as the residents of Holyoke, for the families of the residents up at Mount St. Vincent. It's well known that that area has a school, and the Whiting Farms, Tokeniki area, and Devonshire. So I think whatever we can do as a council, any kind of letter that we can send to DPH, whether the public hearing is closed or not, should be done in a very short term, to get our message out to them that we are not in favor of this happening to the ones actually coming from Farron and to the residents that are actually at Mount St. Vincent now. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I agree with all the things being said. I don't know if beyond DPH, if there's anywhere else, the governor's office or anywhere else, that we might be able to get a little more influence in making this decision. But clearly, any decision should be made on what's in the best interest of the patients. And everything I've heard so far does not indicate this is the best interest of the patients currently at Mount St. Vincent, nor the patients at Farron. And also in terms of the medical staff at both facilities. So, I mean, there are so many negatives that I've heard. I would encourage Department of Public Health, plus the governor's office and anyone else that can get involved, that, we put a hold on these kind of things. We determine whether or not something should be improved on the basis of the quality of care that's going to be provided. And clearly taking away a nursing staff from patients who have had that nursing staff for the last 5, 10, 15 years, whatever the case might be, is not in the best interest of the patients. So I'm hoping we do send to the DPH and wherever else we might be able to send it that might have some influence on this, not only to slow it down, but I would hope to get it amended. Thank you.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to my colleagues who may think I'm being strangely quiet on an issue that's a Ward 5 matter. I've been advised previously by the Ethics Commission that because I work for an organization that owns nursing homes, and on the campus in Holyoke, there exists a nursing home, so that I can't involve myself in matters that might harm or benefit that corporation. So that's why I'm remaining out of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, one more quick comment.
Counselor Graney.
Yeah, I also think that Representative Vela's office should be notified to see if our state representative can do something about this as well, or any other representative in state legislature that we are in contact with to help us with this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Linda, don't worry, I'll be your voice. So listen, I worked in a nursing home quite a few years. I don't work in one now, but I will tell you this. In working in a nursing home, when there are elderly patients in those facilities, it is very important that we keep the same momentum, just because any change can cause distress. And we're in the middle of a pandemic, as everybody's already touched on. This is very, very, very important. We need to act, we need to come together, and we need to be the aid these people need. We need to be their voices. And we have the power to do that. So I'm for this. I want to stop this exchange of companies coming into Mount Marie.
Anyone further? Seeing none. So the motion was that the order to invite him in was complied with. And are we saying that we're
Make an amendment that we ask the president on our behalf to summarize the comments this evening and write a letter of concern and opposition to DPH, the governor, state delegates, and so forth.
Second.
Second.
All right, amendment is to write a letter to, and I have a list for DPH, Governor's Office, Vilas and Vega, a letter of concern and opposition to the changeover. And with regards to that amendment, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Counselor Hernandez, you had your hand up, or? No, okay, just making sure.
No, that was for the I that I approve.
Okay. So with that, we'll have a letter drafted and send it off to everyone to take a look at, and then send out the final version so that this is complied with the amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
Joe, wait, hold on, Joe. Is your hand up before I vote or no? Or
No, sorry, I forgot to take it down.
all right, sorry. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
Council President?
Yep.
I make a motion, we take item number 1 through number 8 and send to the Public Service Committee.
Second.
Motion is suspend the rules, take up as a package items 1 through 8. All
I'm
those in
going
favor?
to ask that item number 1 be separated out.
Okay,
Number 1.
then we could take make a motion, item 2 to number 8, be sent to Public Service.
So the motion is suspend the rules, go out of order, and take up as a package 2 through 8. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So 2 is an appointment by the mayor for the licensing board. 3 is the historic district. 4 is the planning board. 5 is the redevelopment authority. 6 is HEDICT. 7 is the commissioner to the soldiers home, and 8 is the conservation commission. These are all new appointees, so they'll go to public service.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Back up to 1.
Item
It's
number
from-
1, under discussion. Sorry, I'll let you go ahead, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry. So number 1 is from the mayor appointing Louis Salazar, 160 Suffolk Street, to serve as the Holyoke Historic District. He will be replacing James Sheehan, and it's a 3-year term which expires October 1st, 2020. Councilor Lisi?
Sure. I'd like to receive and actually confirm the appointment on the basis that within the past month to 6 weeks, we had Mr. Salazar in to consider him for the CPA, the Community Preservation Committee appointment. And through that discussion, we learned that he really does have his own history of working to bring historical stories to life. And I think
I'll second Rebecca's motion.
fit for him. And we just interviewed him. So I think we just go ahead and say this is a good fit.
So the motion, and it was seconded, is to confirm the appointment. Any discussion?
Todd?
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, as Councilor Lisi had indicated, we did have him in, and he gave a great interview. And I think that talent such as his is something that the city of Holyoke needs to embrace, and certainly I'll be voting in favor of this.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
I concur. The interview was a very good interview with a Holyoke resident who was very much into the historical part of the city, has a good level head on his shoulders. One of the things we talked about indirectly, and I will talk to him myself, is on CPA, there seems to be a notion by the CPA committee itself that when they do their historical grants, they have to put a, not a reverter, but actually deed restrictions on the people who get their grants. And I think deed restrictions and historical deed restrictions belong to the historical commission. And I think sometimes it's a little bit overboard, but I think Louis has an idea that, how to work that without hindering people who grant recipients who they might be with their property. But he did give a great interview, and I'm in favor of supporting this evening.
Anyone further? I'm not missing any hands. I'll scroll down here. All right, so normal procedure is if it's new, we'd send it to committee, but seeing, as pointed out, he was already interviewed for a prior position, it would be similar to the very same interview he just did. So motion is to confirm the appointment. Once again, it's a 3-year term, which will expire October 1st, 2023. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? So that'd be confirming Louis Salazar. That takes
Thanks
us,
everyone for that consideration.
next is item 9. This is from the city solicitor, the charter change procedures. Everyone received that?
Receive and refer to charter and rules, please.
Second.
Motion is to receive and send to charter and rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 10 is also from the city solicitor. It's the open meeting law complaint, August 4th, 2020.
I think that's
Motion received.
and sent to DGR because that's where we were asking for the guidance.
Second.
All right, so motion is to receive and refer to DGNR.
Can I have a copy, please?
Sorry, hold on. Councilor Bartley, and then I know someone just spoke. I'll get to you.
Oh, Joe can go ahead.
Oh, so
I don't want to speak. I just wanted to ask for a copy. When I went to open up the actual complaint, only part of it opened up.
I don't think it's the complaint that you're looking for. I think it's the response. Are you looking for a copy of the original complaint?
The original complaint I had trouble getting.
All right, so Ryan, can you follow up and get the complaint over to Councilor McGivern?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then Councilor Bartley.
Yes. My hope is that you'll read that in its entirety right now, Mr. President.
Sure. Hold on, let me get to it.
And then after you read it, I'm going to make a comment, but go ahead and read it.
Hold on. So this is from the city solicitor, September 22nd, 2020, open meeting law complaint. Dear councilors, this correspondence is regarding an open meeting law complaint filed from the alleged violation that occurred on August 4th, 2020. The complaint asked that Councilor Bartley, given his demonstration of personal interest in ominous to the petition, must recuse himself, in quotations. The council wishes to have guidance whether Councilor Bartley could then participate in the discussion of the response to the complaint, as well as any potential vote on the same matter in the future due to the request of the complainant. The open meeting law, more particularly GLC 30 capital A sections 18 through 25, does not provide for any recusal or conflict of interest requirements. It merely provides guidance for meetings or deliberation of public bodies. The request of the complainant does not fall under the terms of the open meeting law. The full council should participate in the deliberation of the response to complaint, as well as further action on the original matter if deemed necessary, unless until otherwise advised. If you have any questions or need anything further, please feel free to contact me. Very truly yours, Crystal Barn, City Solicitor, Acting City Solicitor.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate that. So we had a letter from the solicitor said that Mr. Fitzgerald and his counsel are barking under the wrong law. First of all, that's essentially what that says. So there's no basis in that law from which that I need to recuse myself. So this is step one, Mr. President. I didn't take this up last night because the letter is not before us, but now it is before DGR as soon as we refer it there. Next DGR is November 2nd. This will be on the agenda November 2nd. I will chair that meeting November 2nd. I will not recuse myself at that meeting, but as I always do, and I don't think any counselor's ever been at any one of my meetings, I always let the public speak, and I always act with decorum and professionalism, even when it's not a public hearing. And this would be the exact case. This would not be a public hearing, but I'll let Mr. Fitzgerald and his counsel have their chance to present any kind of evidence that they want, which they attempted to smear my reputation. They're attempting to smear my professional and political reputation through an outrageous, and as it turns out, an illicit vehicle. Now, this is a professional attorney counseling whom I've already deemed a sore loser. I'm sorry he lost. But a professional attorney is using a vehicle that our solicitor says doesn't work. Despite that, Mr. President, and I took my lumps at the last meeting, as other counselors did. I took my lumps, but we're patient. We're very patient people. We will have our turn at bat very soon. November 2nd is 6:30 to be exact. And I'll have the counsel bring the evidence that he says in which I had some kind of pecuniary interest in a property. Spoiler alert, there is none. There's no evidence whatsoever. And yet we have to endure this. So you're going to endure this right now because this is a game that's being played, Mr. President. I don't get it. I would never do this anyway. But using some kind of vehicle to attack me and attack my professional reputation, that's not going to go unanswered. So now this is a beginning. This body, specifically a couple of counselors, wanted a legal opinion. Now they got the legal opinion. Guess what? It's in my favor. And I said to Crystal beforehand, anything you want from me, I will cooperate immediately. She said, Dave, we're all set. I'll just do what I got to do. Okay. And this is all in emails too, by the way. And I'll present those emails on November 2nd. It's the outrageousness of it. But you know, this is a little game we had to play at the last meeting, Mr. President. We're going to continue the game November 2nd, and I look forward to the day, not in court, hopefully in the city council room, but if not, it'll be in Zoom. Thank you, Mr. President, for your patience.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the opinion that we got from Crystal about whether or not Councilor Bartley should recuse himself is only about that portion of the OML complaint. And there are other things there that need to be looked at under the open meeting law violation complaint. So, you know, I asked for that guidance because that request was in the complaint, and we got guidance that the OML, the open meeting laws do not govern that sort of conflict complaint. But there is still a complaint about an open meeting law violation in the letter that was submitted. So there are two facets to that complaint that need to be explored. Thank you.
All right, see nothing further. Crystal, thank you very much for getting on this so that we can now move forward in the committee. With that, it was already received, but we'll do it again because we read it. Motion was to receive and send it to DGNR, which there will be a meeting November 2nd at 6:30. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so now we're on to the auditor had a monthly report, year-end payment in lieu of taxes, July 31st, 2020.
Receive, send to finance?
Motion is received, refer to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Also from the auditor, it's the monthly budget reports and general fund and sewer fund for August 31st, 2020.
Receive,
Copy
send
to
to finance?
finance.
Motion is received, send to
Second.
finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 13 is the Hoyoke Housing Authority letter, Hoyoke Housing Authority board member for the Community Preservation Act, which is Hoyoke Housing Authority board meeting on September 3rd, 2020. The board by unanimous vote appointed Mike Falsetti to the CPA. And that's
Take a
from
motion
Matt
to
Mabel.
receive.
Receive.
Motion is to
Second.
receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? See here. 14 is from Counselor Lisi. Recommendation from.
Motion to
this was-
receive.
oh,
and-
I'm sorry. It's the recommendation from the Hoyoke Planning Board, which is from John Kelly, the chairman.
Receive and send to ordinance.
Second.
Motion is receive and send to ordinance. All
Do
those
you
in
mind,
favor?
do you mind
Aye.
bending the language in 14 to just state from John Kelly, Chair of Planning Board?
Dear Counselor Lisi, please be
No,
advised.
I mean, on the agenda where it's set, can we just amend the language on 14 so that it doesn't, so it's not from me, but to me?
Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. So from
John Kelly,
John
Chair.
Kelly
Sure, yeah.
to Chair Council Lisi. So we're amending 14 to read from John Kelly, Chairman Hoyoke Planning Board, to City Councilor Rebecca Lisi, recommendation of backyard chickens.
Yes, thank you.
And that was sent to ordinance. Next is a petition from registered voters of the city of Hoyoke to pass a resolution calling for the resignation for the mayor. And I have the list of that.
President, can we refer a copy of this to the city solicitor for a legal opinion? And if we're being asked to do something that's not in our purview, can we get the opinion of the law department as to what we can do or can't do?
So request is to send it, so receive and send to legal. And do we want just a communication back to us? Do we want to go to a committee? What would you like to do? Or just wait for a
I'd like
response?
to amend that to also go to charter and rules.
So,
Okay.
all right,
Mr.
so,
President.
let's get there. Receive, send the charter and rules. Counselor Bartley, I saw his hands up first, then Counselor Bacon. And we'll
Yeah,
go from there.
I'll wait for Counselor Bacon.
Okay, Counselor Bacon.
Thank you. Mr. President, could you just read what the petitioners are asking for in the petition into the
All right,
record?
we, the undersigned registered voters of Hoyoke, call for resignation of Mayor Alex B. Moore and petition the Honorable City Council to pass a resolution calling for the resignation of Mayor Alex B. Morris. We are seeking this based on the actions of inappropriate sexual conduct by Alex B. Morris, Mayor, City of Hoyoke. He is no longer able to effectively and credibly serve as mayor. We further request that the Hoyoke City Council call for a general meeting of citizens to discuss the above stated purpose pursuant to Section 8 of the City Charter and Massachusetts State Constitution. Signed off by the people who signed. So Counselor Bacon? All right, you're done?
I'm
Or?
all set.
Okay, Counselor Bartley,
you.
then Counselor Tallman.
I lower my hand.
Oh, sorry, so Counselor Solomon.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I think we received that email or a packet of that. How many signatures are on that letter? Approximately.
17.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, of which the first page is almost full. The second page is full. The third page is about halfway full. 3 on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the last page.
Can we have that resent?
Yeah, could we? I only got 1 page. With about
1 page.
Yeah.
I only got 1 page
got
as well.
like 8 names.
All right, so we'll have it. He sent all the pages to all the counselors. Ryan, can you mark that down? Resend to all.
Thank you.
I can do it.
Oh,
Thanks, man.
did I miss anyone? Counselor Murphy, did you question or no?
It just, as we send it to Charter and Rules, and then ask the city solicitor if he can document the section that they're talking about in terms of public, so that we know that when we get into Charter and Rules.
All right, so a motion was to receive, refer to legal, to have a response sent to Charter and Rules. Counselor McGivern, your hand's up.
I have no problem with that, but my original request for a legal opinion goes a little bit deeper as to the request. That type of request petition is part of the charter, and I understand that part. It's what we're being asked to do is we are in the midst of a separation of powers here. We are a legislative body and being asked to oversee a executive body. And I'm also not too sure about, with everything that's happened recently as to first there's allegations, then there's apologies, then there's no allegations. Now, there's a lot going on. I know there's an investigation going on, both by the employer. If there's a ethics committee violation go on, that needs to take place with the state ethics. If there, I'm not saying there is a criminal violation going on, that's either the DA or the general. By law, we cannot interfere with the criminal violation whatsoever. I think most of you know that. So I just want some guidance from the law department before we, go forward with anything that might be not only out of our purview, but we could be entering liability for this body itself.
Counselor
I
Bartley.
agree that.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about liability, but what I would be concerned about is the way that motion was worded. Typically we'll send a motion to committee, so I hope that's the motion. Send it to Charter and Rules, and then in due course we can have the city law department give a legal opinion to the Charter and Rules Committee, and they can then dispose of this based upon that. So that's that. My amendment then, because I don't know what that amendment, that motion, but my amendment is to refer to Charter and Rules, copy to the law department for a legal opinion, and go from there.
Second.
Hold on. I hear you. I hear Crystal Barnes, our city solicitor, has her hand up. Motion would be to suspend the rules to allow her to speak.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
So
Crystal?
I don't have an issue getting you all an opinion. I just want to know when the next Charter and Rules meeting is going to be, so I have a deadline.
The black hole?
Set it up yet.
Yeah, if you all could, I know we've had
2023.
some changeover and whatnot, but if you could let us know when the next meetings are coming up. We seem to be finding out like Friday before a meeting or Monday before a meeting, and we try and plan like our next tasks based on deadlines. And I know the auditor's been having the same problem. So if we can get some sort of future reminder about meetings, that would be incredibly helpful so that we can kind of plan our priority list. So I have a few meetings that are coming up, but if Charter and Rules, if anybody knows when that would be helpful.
Crystal, this is Linda Bacon. That committee doesn't meet regularly, but how much time do you need?
This is an interesting one, but I know that there are the open meeting law complaint. The next thing I have for you, as far as I know, I think I've got everything off my plate for city council right now. So whenever you feel like you're going to meet next, I will make sure that this gets in the queue appropriate.
Would 2 to 3 weeks be adequate?
That's fine. You tell me and I'll make it happen.
All right, I'll have to confer just with a couple people and we'll let you know. I'm usually pretty good at giving notice.
That'd be great if you can just shoot me an email. Thanks.
Yes.
Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, I just want to make sure Crystal heard when the DGR is. I don't
November
know if she was
2nd.
here.
November 2nd, 6:30 will be DGNR for the open meeting law complaint.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor McGivern?
Just to clarify for what Councilor Bartley said, when I made the motion, I apologize. I made what meant to be an amendment to a motion to go to committee because I said a copy to the city solicitor for an opinion. But I did jump the gun and I apologize for that.
All right, so the motion is to send to Charter and Rules with a copy to legal for an opinion. Okay, that's the way it was?
Yeah, on the motion, yep.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. $16 is the City Council on behalf of the Hoyoke Community Preservation Committee. I'm requesting that the City Council vote to approve the fiscal 21 budget article, Preservation Fund annual revenues.
Received for the finance.
Second.
All right, so to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 17, notice of announcement pursuant to 301 CMR 51 Department of Conservation and Recreation. Send this to,
Where does it go? Is that the Bear Hole letter?
That'd be DGNR possibly?
Yeah.
Yep.
Receive and refer to DGR.
yeah.
Second.
So DGNR, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 18 is the community outreach meeting, which was 6 p.m. on Monday, October 5th.
Motion received.
Sent to ordinance. Motion is received to ordinance. All those in favor? All opposed? 19 is engineering LLC revisit the civil design.
DGR.
plan. So that's DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 20 is from Weiss regarding a public hearing comment for last ordinance committee.
Motion receive and send to ordinance.
Motion is to send to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 21 is fire commission minutes for August 20th, 2020.
Be
Motion is
received.
to receive. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to go back to, out of order, to take up off the table that item that was in question where we needed legal counsel's.
Yep, thank you. Motion is to go back to, would be item, I guess, item 1, or really it was laid on the table. This was the Canal System Industrial Area Grant. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Crystal, you're still there? I see the hand up. You didn't have a question, did you?
I do. Was item
Oh.
17 the letter coming out of West Springfield?
Yes.
So it just needs to be notified in a public meeting. We don't actually need a vote for that. I think it states like on the letter what's needed from us.
What if we're in opposition?
That I don't know. I mean, we can certainly send it to committee and I can discuss with West Springfield that if we are in opposition, that's an issue, but I don't know that because we're not taking a vote, I don't know that we have a say. I think it's more of a notification to the public and that's the way that they notify.
It says I got to certify. I, Tom McGee, Chairman
just
of
that it was
the City
announced.
Council, do hereby certify that on October 6th, it was announced at a public meeting of the City Council that the Department of Conservation and Recreation may acquire a conservation restriction on parcel of land located in the town of West Springfield and the City of Hoyoke as shown on the attached map marked as Exhibit A for conservation and recreation purposes. And you got to go to the map. Is It is what it is based on a printout. So,
I mean, if we want to send it to committee, I can discuss with council out of West Springfield if we do believe that there is an opposition, but there's no vote required for that. As you can see, it's just an announcement at a public meeting.
I think it's good to get to committee so to see exactly what we're talking about here.
That makes sense to me. I'm happy to pass it along.
Okay, so that's still in committee, so that went there, but don't go anywhere. We're going to, let me get back to it now. It was the Canal System Industrial Area Grant. Last meeting, it was laid on the table, but obviously it's not on the printed version here of the October 6th agenda. We were going to take it up, but Councilor Bartley had a issue saying that since it's not listed, we shouldn't be able to take it up because even though it was laid on the table. So we're looking for a ruling on that.
Is it laid on the table? Is it possibly still in committee, or is it laid on the table in city council?
It was voted, and at the last meeting, it was voted to lay on the table, which would put it on the agenda for tonight.
I mean, so open meeting law says anything on the agenda needs to be reasonably anticipated. So emergencies do come up or typos come up all the time. I mean, it's a gray area. So I can't tell you one way or the other. If it was still in committee, I'd say pull it from committee. But if it was laid on the table last time, that is notice to the public that it should be coming up this time. The fact that it's not on the agenda, it kind of falls within, like I said, it falls within that gray area of reasonably anticipated to be discussed. So I leave that to the body, whether you want to pull it up and, you know, risk somebody making a complaint. If you want to lay it on the table until next time.
Make a motion, we lay it on the table for next time and then make sure we have it posted.
Councilor McGivern.
Chris, if I could ask through the.
Well, point of order, Mr. President. That motion is not debatable, and I second in the motion.
The motion is to lay on the table. There's a question to the legal department.
And I seconded the motion.
Yeah, I got you, but there's still a question to legal on this. Just because you don't like it, Counselor, he has a question for legal, which is.
No, don't be a wise guy, Todd. You know, no, everybody's tired of that. All right, I for one am tired of it.
Councilor McGivern has the floor.
I believe under suspension of rules, I just want to ask legal a question. Crystal,
Yes.
I appreciate on the fly your opinion or your certainly advice. If you just said if it was in committee, we can remove it from committee. What's the difference with removing an item from committee that's not on the agenda and an item that should be on the agenda that was on the last agenda?
There's not much, honestly. Pulling it from committee, just, you know, you guys take a vote. It's part of the Roberts rules. Same with having an item come up that's not on the agenda. It's also just this, you know, at any point in time, we should be notifying the public as soon as we feel that something might come up on the agenda. So say, you know, these late files, technically we should be changing our agendas at the time that we are notified of late files, because emergencies happen or things come up late. You know, the wording is interesting, the way that agendas work, and the fact that it states that reasonably anticipated, it's everybody's interpretation of what reasonably anticipated means. So as you mentioned, without me digging into some heavy research on the fly, all I can say is you take it up at your own risk that somebody won't complain about it, and we'd have to, you know, redo the vote at some point. Pulling from committee is also a really odd concept. I know that there's a question out there right now about pulling something from committee, so I don't want to give an opinion precisely on that at the moment.
On the motion.
All right, so motion is to table and have it for the next meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Let's say the ayes have it.
Show of hands, please.
Up, show of hands. Councilors have asked for a show of hands. The motion is to table it. Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 has it.
8, Graney.
Councilor Graney, sorry, Councilor Graney, you got to yell out at me. 8.
You see him raising his hand? I saw it.
I hope there's no late files tonight.
I did hear it. Moving on, we have petitions 22. This is a self-service gas station at 297 Appermont Highway.
Wow. Where does that go, Joe? Finance?
You know what? I don't remember. The last one we had of these, we got sued. It was down on Main Street.
Why don't you send it to DGR? Because I'll make a motion to send it to DGR.
I'll second that.
That's fine, but can we send a copy to I don't think this is even on the books anymore. Can we send a copy to legal to research that? We did get sued back in the 80s when we only had 2 permits for self-service. And they ruled that we cannot prevent anybody that has a gas station if they want to do self-service.
Yep.
And I thought we took this off the books.
Where did Georgie Nev send his one for Stop and Shop, Joe?
I think that went to ordinance.
It might have went to ordinance back then.
I do think it did.
It is zoning.
Because Michael J. Limpke across the way.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just trying to find a home for it.
Well, let's send it to DGNR, and then we'll see if there's it has to go elsewhere. We'll figure it out. Haven't seen it in a while, so to DGNR.
Okay, then a copy, Mr. President, a copy to legal, because I think Joe's got me nervous.
To DGNR, copy to legal.
Don't get nervous, Dave.
All those in favor?
I am. I'm taking bullets from everywhere.
You're all right. You're protected.
Best done.
You got that right, Joe. I'm gonna borrow yours. It won't fit me though. You're too big.
One size fits all.
Yeah.
23 is a special permit for marijuana manufacturing at 11 Jackson Street.
Ordinance.
So that's the ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Counselor? And 24 is a motor vehicle service station, Main Street. What was that? What was that?
Another one.
What the hell?
So go DGNR for this one.
We got a rush. Okay, yeah, why not?
DGNR. All right, to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All new ones. President's report. I'd make a motion as part of the president's report to go out of order and go to late file F.
Mr. President, we have a ruling. We can't take up late file.
Sure we can.
Well, that wasn't a ruling. It said there's a procedure that we might have to look into. There was no ruling yet.
Right.
And this
Well,
one,
for 6 people who voted to table the procedure, I asked those 6 people to table late files.
Second.
well, this one's going to be kind of important because
Hey, shut up, Joe. I will.
no. I
I'm
never
second Joe's
know.
motion.
Never say that.
So motion is to suspend the rules, go out of order to late file F. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Order from Counselor McKeon McGivern. So Joe, I mean, you're on your own. That the Public
Why
Service
do you think I
Committee
shut it up?
interview candidates for the City Council administrative position. Contact the Personnel Department for resumes. Here, as we know, Ryan is moving on. He has a new job that he's going to be starting. I did follow up with personnel a couple times. At one point, there was only 2 resumes. Now there's a potential of 4 or 5. So with the time frame of Ryan leaving, and now that we have some candidates, it'd be good to send this to public service. Have them set a meeting so that we all can tune in. So
we get
motion is send to public service. All those in favor?
Those resumes?
Aye.
Councilor Murphy, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I just want to know, are we going to get copies of the resumes from personnel?
Yeah, so what we'll do is I'll have Hector send all the resumes to everybody. We'll have Councilor Leahy take it up. One time that we did do this, it was a special meeting. I mean, you can do that if you want. I just figured send it to public service because there's all the appointees as well. So try and, group it together.
Yeah.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just to make sure that we all get those resumes, huh? Because I'd certainly like to take a look at them.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll make sure everyone gets them.
With Todd?
Yeah, Councilor Leahy.
I'm not sure if you guys received it. I don't recall me getting it. I'm looking now. Did we get the posting, the job posting?
Yeah, we talked about that at the last meeting. I went over some of the things in the posting, and I
But
was
do we get the
told to-
physical posting? Because I
We
can
have
put that in the
a
Hello
posting,
Hoyo.
it's out there, and I can get you the copy of it.
So we received it?
No, I received it. Ryan had it, and I think Councilor McGivern had it. And we then followed up with the full group last meeting, and you guys said to post it, get it going.
Yeah.
And we
I
talked
also
about
think
some of the
counselor should get
qualifications.
that as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because if I had it, I could put it on the Hello Hoyo Facebook forum and blast it out to 14,000 people.
Right.
Minutes.
All right, I'll get that out to you.
Only getting 2 or 3 resumes for such an
That's
excellent
low.
position. It just
Good point, Jim.
extremely low.
No,
Blast it out.
We'll blast it out. I have no problem. I'll get you the copy.
I'm putting the link in the chat for everyone.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Oh, it's disabled.
No. Can you text it to me or email it to me?
Yeah.
Thank
Jim,
you.
can you send me a hard copy? I'm not on Facebook.
I'm emailing it to everyone now.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So that was off to public safety, and then we'll wait for Councilor Leahy to
Public
get us
service.
a time frame so that we can all go.
Yeah, I'll touch base with Ryan and have a meeting sometime in the next 2 weeks or so, or 3 weeks.
Okay. Also on the president's report, I want to recognize Councilor Leahy as being recognized as the Business West Alumni Achievement Award for 2020, a finalist. Congratulations, sir.
All right, Jim.
People don't know, Business
Thank you,
West is
appreciate that.
40 under 40, and then the alumni come around and they go to see, where everyone is and what they've been doing, and then they put you into the alumni finalist category. Very few get in there, so congratulations, Councilor Leahy. It's an
Congrats.
outstanding.
Way to go, Jimmy.
Appreciate that. I second, this is my second time getting in there. What they do is they take all the alumni achievement, or all the alumni from the 40 under 40. And I would also like to mention that, we have Councilor McGee, former Councilor Brenna. Also, who else made it? Anybody else on the council?
I haven't turned 40 yet.
Me neither.
So what they do, I don't know when Business West 40 under 40 had started, but I think it was sometime in the either late 90s or maybe 2000. And so 40 people times, all these years, they take 5 people and they're the finalists. And so it's exciting, and it was a big feather in my cap. So I'm very, very proud of it. Thank you.
Mr. President, can the council vote on that?
Councilor, did they vote on it?
Yeah, can the council vote on that?
Yeah,
Well, I'm only kidding.
We'll send in our votes. We'll stack it.
Oh, that's fine.
I know there was the announcement from Mike Majority, but that was for October 3rd, but that was the Canal Walk outdoor space. It's still open, just as a reminder that is now out there for people to use the outdoor space. And that's all I have. Anyone on any meetings or any up and coming events that we might have missed? No? All right, so on to reports of committee. Ordinance 25A, Committee on Ordinances referred a special permit application for Buddha Brothers LLC for a recreation marijuana cultivation and manufacturing establishment at 90 Sargent Street, awaiting disposition.
Thanks. Under discussion, we took this up this evening. So receive and adopt the committee report.
Second.
Motion is to receive and adopt the committee report. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. So Buddha Brothers has been before us previously, about a year ago, for a parcel on Main Street. Last month, they came back with a plan to expand their Main Street site, and this is a second site now that they're looking to move forward on, 90 Sargent Street. So they are really excited about Holyoke, and they are doing some really good work with their projects. So let's see. we've had some turnover in the planning department, and so we were waiting to get comments, like technical review comments back from the planning department, but because there's been some turnover, we were not able to get
I'm okay.
full set of comments back. But at the end of the day, I think we created conditions that allow us to allow for future review of the project. So at this site, it's going to be a phase project. It's quite a large space, and there's going to be 3 phases of work being done there. And most of the application and proposal was focused on this first phase. And so as a committee, what we were able to do was create 2 conditions in addition to the usual 6 that we put on the marijuana applications, in that we want to have the engineering and planning department, we want them to be able to review the phases. I'm sorry, I'm so lost in my notes here from earlier. I haven't been able to organize them. So we create a condition that any outstanding issues in the first review that was done of the application be addressed, and then also that future phases come before the engineering and planning department. So they wouldn't come before the city council. This is the only opportunity that the city council has to essentially review the project and the proposal and ask questions, which we did to the best of our ability in committee. But as they move forward through phase 2 and phase 3, we want actually planning and engineering to do technical reviews of those projects as a condition of the special permit.
So just for the first 6, could you read those?
Yeah.
Standard 6, just so we get them on the record.
Sure. And is the chat open now, or is it still disabled? Because I would document them otherwise. So the 6 conditions are, and they're actually below Todd in 25B in case. Oh,
25B. Okay. Yep. Okay, I can do that. I can do it. I can see it, so I'll do it for you. So the conditions are 1 through 6, that the owner of the building always pay commercial property tax rates to the extent allowed by federal, state, and local law for the duration of the special permit. 2, that the business retain a minimum of 30% of Holyoke residents for a non-security job. 3, that hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police officers or a retired member of another police department now lives in the city of Holyoke. 4, that there shall be no marijuana consumption be allowed on site. 5, that there shall be no deliveries or retail or medical marijuana from the site to individual homes, residents, or people. Hours of operation will be in compliance with city ordinances. And then the last one,
7 would be appropriate as well.
Okay, all right. So 7, that the applicant be in compliance with all recommendations and letters from OPED and the city engineer. And then the last one was that any outstanding issues.
This one is actually, number 7 is the outstanding issues one, so that any of the recommendations be complied with. But then number 8 is that future phases of the project are submitted to a technical review by the engineering and planning department. We just want a conversation to happen, again, because the city council won't be able to review those phases of the project, and they are pretty minimally aligned in the narrative at this point in time. We want our technical review department to be able to look at them and offer some guidance and recommendations to the applicant for how to do it safely and in compliance with the other ordinances that we have in the city.
All right. So anyone further with regards to this one? Nothing. So the motion was to what was the motion again with conditions?
Receive and adopt the report with the 8 conditions as noted.
Motion is receive, adopt the 8 conditions as noted. There's no further discussion. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
No.
Hernandez, Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you're approved. 25A, 25B, Committee on Ordinance was referred a special permit for Abbey Property Management, a new special permit for registered marijuana retail establishment on Lyman Street with the following conditions. Recommended that the special permit be approved with the following conditions. That the owner of the building always pay commercial property tax rates at the extent allowed by federal, state, and local laws for the duration of the special permit. That the business retain a minimum of 30% of Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. That hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police officers or are retired members of the Holyoke Police Department that now live in the city of Holyoke. That there shall be no marijuana consumption to be allowed on the site. That there shall be no deliveries of retail and medical marijuana from the site to any individual home, residents, or people. That hours of operation be in compliance with the city ordinances, and that the applicant be in compliance with all the recommendations and letter from OPED and the city engineer.
Receive and adopt the committee report.
Second.
Motion is to receive, adopt, under discussion. Councilor Lisi?
Sure. When we had this item before us in committee, I had to step out of the meeting for a moment, and I did not participate in the discussion here. I think that from the update that I got from the committee following my absence, when I returned to the meeting, it seemed that the committee felt that the condition number 7, that the applicant be in compliance with all the recommendations and letters from OPED and the city engineer would sort of act as a blanket for ensuring that the project was moving forward in a safe manner. Although when I reviewed the planning board review, it seems that there are some inconsistencies with what was being proposed in that narrative and then what was proposed when, for example, that there was an original proposal that was sent to the police department for review. So I'm going to pass the baton to someone who wants to speak to, this project. I was to participate, and I probably won't be voting tonight or voting in favor of the special permit tonight, that there's too many inconsistencies that even that condition makes it difficult for the applicant to sort of come into compliance, and it makes it difficult for us to ensure that there is compliance because there are multiple letters and conflicting narratives out there.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, again, a couple of things, and one, we just got some documentation from Mr. Neffinger today, and I mean, on one of the issues that was being answered, and it was item 71061E, was the planning board. The applicant has not submitted a description of activities on the premises which are in agreement. And then the response was, and this is where I have major problems. The response was the facility will be used as an operation entity that sells, distributes, dispenses, administers, and this is the big one, or allows for the on-site consumption of marijuana. And I didn't think we were allowing that anywhere. So when I saw that, that kind of made me take a second look at this. I mean, I think they are trying to work with the planning department to make sure they get things right. And I'm not exactly sure how we get a better process. I know we talked about that at the ordinance committee before today, but I mean, that would be I would certainly want that removed from this, that they can have on-site consumption. And I know one of the conditions we have is that there's no on-site consumption.
Right.
Counselor Aiken.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it is clear that the on-site consumption is prohibited and has been consistently so for every application. I would note that there was a response read into the record that night. We hadn't received it from planning, but it was read into the record. And so because, as we talked about under the last applicant, we've been having some difficulties getting timely responses back. It was felt that this would protect the city, but also allow the people that want to do business to move forward by having that item 7 in there. So I think in this situation tonight, we're treating both applicants similarly by approving the permits with these conditions. Thank you.
Anyone further? Counselor Lisi.
I just want to say, you know, again, like I think there's a lot of conflicting statements, and I think we just heard, for example, like the conditions that we put say no on-site consumption, and then in the letter that was submitted earlier today, you know, it says that they are going to be having on-site consumption. I think that there's some inconsistencies regarding like the fence height. They submitted a plan to the police department that says 6-foot fence, and yet that would need a special permit. And so the document that was submitted to the planning department has a 4-foot fence. There's too many inconsistencies. I mean, if I have to vote on it tonight, I'm going to vote no. I think that if there's a way that we could send it back to committee, or at least wait for more review from the planning department, that's the way to go. We can only take it under advisement because we closed the public hearing, but I think waiting for the planning department and engineering department to review that letter that was sent makes sense to some extent.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
I'd like to make a motion to send it back to ordinance and thoroughly go through everything, because I wasn't in agreement with on-site consumption. So that's not part of the deal of the bargain or what's even allowed.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Does Linda have her hand up still, or is that from before?
Counselor Aiken?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Graney, were you looking to say something, or?
No, I wasn't, but I'm opposed to pot in Pot City.
Okay, so motion was to refer back to committee. That was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
The ayes would have it. Item 25C, the Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that any transfers from budget lines to overtime require approval of the City Council. Recommended that it be adopted.
Receive the committee report and pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. So this was filed by Counselor Vacan. It is similar to the requirement that we passed earlier. It was sort of an oversight. These few line items within, I believe this is the police department. There were several overtime line items in the police department that were overlooked when we passed that blanket sort of requirement that any interdepartmental transfers be approved by the City Council. And so this was really just a matter of housekeeping at this point. But if Counselor Vacan would like to say any more as a maker, I pass it to her.
Thank you.
Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would note, I believe this includes all overtime accounts. It's not just directed at one department. It's just that it was a missed carry down on the accounts. So it is housekeeping. It is a cleanup in that regard, but I believe it affects all the departments.
It's
Thank
across, yeah.
Counselor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke in favor of the language amendment, and I spoke in favor of adopting this ordinance, although I'm not changing the reasons for that. And quite frankly, they did stem back to some police department transfers that occurred last year that we felt were out of the ordinary of a department head making a decision to take some money from one account and personnel to another account when it dictates in the middle of the budget year itself. We saw things bouncing back and forth, and we thought we needed to be more informed about that. And that's what the original ordinance was about, was being informed about what it was always the practice, and actually is mass finance practice, is if the mayor signs off, the department head in the same category can transfer money within during the course for good reasons. But unfortunately, we, and most departments abide by that, but we do have some questions that have arisen over the years. However, tonight I'm going to ask something different, and let me explain before I make a motion. Jeff Preskopowski, our new fire chief, gave me a call, and he is very, very concerned. It's an unusual year. If you recall, when we did the budget hearings, the mayor had slashed the overtime request, which was at level funding by the fire chief. We slashed it even more, and we left, I believe, about $200,000 in the account, which would normally cover half a year. And I believe a number of councilors spoke out and said, when we find new revenue, whether it be free cash or the CARES Act or stimulus or money that is anticipated because of the pandemic and money that is anticipated, hopefully because of free cash, that we would revisit that during the course of the year, which traditionally is what we've been doing for some time now. It's unfortunate, and DOR tells us that it's not the right way to do business, that we should not be living for operational costs with free cash. But with that in mind, what the fire chief said to me today kind of scared me too. And he has exhausted the $200,000. And he explained to me what is going on. He said the summer months, and he was before us not that long ago, was very quiet when it came to vacation time and sick time. And there was no, work, not that many work-related injuries that he couldn't handle. And there wasn't that much of a use of overtime. But he says, as we got to fall, a couple things have happened. There is a number of firefighters who have family members who have become sick, and firefighters who have had to quarantine themselves. There's a number of firefighters who are using vacation time because they have children at home and they are doing remote teaching, and they're taking their turn as a parent to be with the children who usually would be in school. And I know this is happening in many industries, but when it happens in a fire department our size, it leads to the immediate need to replace the individual with overtime or to take an apparatus out offline. He's also concerned, and this happened in Worcester, where if COVID is introduced into a station, into a house, that station, entire station, is immediately quarantined. And right there, the need, he's got some mutual aid agreements with surrounding communities that if that does happen, where replacement can come in, but replacement comes in at a cost. He is worried that if he is in the middle of a crisis of where he has some free money in positions where they are unfilled, firefighter positions, officers positions because of retirements, and what he does is transfer 2 or 3 times a year the money that he needs to keep this account going for the emergency. It's the unusual that this is happening. Well, it's October now. We all know we should know free cash by now, and we're not even close. But it's unusual, for that money to have been used that quick. And that's I think a lot of it is because of the pandemic. But I'd like to, the fire chief's request, and my request is that we, one, either table this until we can get through some of this COVID crisis, or 2, refer it back to finance and ask the chief to come in and explain his concerns more. He thinks it's not just his department, but he did reach out to me this afternoon. So I'm okay with either one, but I would ask the.
I'll second Joe's motion about maybe sending it back to finance so we can have Chief Preskopowski come in and discuss it.
It's an ordinance. You mean ordinance?
I'm sorry, with all due respect to ordinance, because it is their baby.
Then I'll modify my second, and I'll second it to go to ordinance.
Councilor Bacon has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do hear and understand the concerns that are being raised. So my suggestion might be to make an amendment that we adopt this, but we make it effective once we have a full budget, because right now we're only operating on a quarter budget. So we're really up in the air. So that we pass it because conceptually and operationally we agree with it, but because we're in this unique situation, that we would implement it once we're able to be within our full budget or our normal budget situation, I guess I would say. Would that accomplish, it seems like that would accomplish the concern of the emergency. My other thought on it would be that there would be nothing stopping the chief from just putting forth to us right now which personnel lines he wants to shift into the overtime, so that if he does have a number of people go out, he would already have the position shifted in. Our issue with creating this ordinance was not to make it so that the department heads could not do what they needed to do. It was so that we would know it. I mean, unfortunately, we may run into a hard wall, but hopefully the COVID money is going to give enough flexibility to avoid that. But we all need to know what's going on. So my urging to the department heads would be to get it before the council right away, because they know what positions aren't filled, so that we'll have a better idea what's going on. I hear the concern from the department head that they couldn't move money, but if the money's there, I've never seen us as a council stop it from being moved. But, well, I'll defer to the will of the body, but I just wanted to articulate that. It's not to try to prevent the department heads from running their department. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy, then Councilor Lisi.
Yeah, along the lines of what Councilor Bacon just said, I would like to propose an amendment that we allow the ordinance to take effect on January 1, 2021, which would give about 90 days for the departments. If they have things that they need to take care of, they would take care of them, but they would also have 90 days to plan that when it comes to January 1st, they would need to go through this process. That way we
I'll
would.
second that.
Yeah, I would second that.
Thank you.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I was just going to propose that the ordinance take effect following the pandemic. So whatever date that may be, but I think that there's support for Councilor Murphy's amendment for the January 1st date. So, I mean, I'll leave that note out there for discussion, but it seems like the concerns that are being raised are about the department's ability to act under these sort of uncertain circumstances. But I do think that it's a good order. I just think that there are significant impacts and costs to, you know, problems that could arise because of the pandemic and COVID. So I just put it out there for discussion.
Councilor McGivern, then Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the amendments are fair. I think the language will help the fire chief. I would, and I'm not sure if everybody would agree, but I would take it just one step further. And that's, you know, the unusual times is the pandemic. I mean, it's in the fact that the budget was slashed. I don't think it's been slashed that deep, you know, in the terms of overtime for either the police or fire department in a long time. But I would just say that if maybe we can work on some new language to complement it before January 1, but that we also take into consideration under the emergency being the pandemic, that if the emergency of a transfer is related to the pandemic, deemed by the, okayed by the mayor and deemed by the auditor, that then it would be allowed even after January 1st. But I'd be happy to file that language to look at, and I think this compromise language will appease the fire chief's concerns for the moment. But I think they're real concerns, and Jeff is not one that gets shaken by much, and you know he brought it to my attention, and I thank everybody for listening.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things by making it January 1 and giving time for department heads to plan ahead, but also, and I understand the pandemic creates a special issue, but I think by having it at January 1, it also gives us and the department heads a reason to make sure that we're well informed as to what the problems they are having and how they're trying to resolve them, and get us to be in a full partnership, if you will. And I think that would be both good for how we operate it regularly, but also in terms of us knowing exactly what we're trying to do in terms of this pandemic. Which, you know, I mean, I know we're trying to do things, but I mean, it's not that easy to find out exactly what we're trying to do. So, I mean, I'm hoping we do the January 1. If Councilman McGivern has amendments to go down the road, I certainly would be willing to look at those, but I do think this gives them 90 days to kind of plan and also start letting us know, this is what I see coming down the road. This is what I may need to do, and this is where, you know, we need to get some resources. Where are we going to get them from? Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilor Murphy. I think that's a good thing to do at this time during this pandemic. And it gives us a little time. I mean, it's a great ordinance, but it gives us a little bit of time to work with the department heads. And also if I'd be willing to work with Councilor McGivern on trying to look at something after January 1st, possibly an amendment to take us through the difficult times ahead financially for these important departments. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Bacon, your hand's still up or no?
Oh, I'm all set.
I'll just let everyone know, I did speak with Captain Febo today. He did express concern over this in the sense of being able, as Councilor McGivern pointed out, to deal with issues that come up, especially because of COVID, as well as, you know, if there's time lag between the council acting on a request to move stuff and he has to get it done relatively quickly. And he did ask that if he could come in before the committee to address those concerns, as well as offer up other suggestions in order to make things easier for us. I said I relay that message over to us, or over to everyone here. So I do understand his concerns about, you know, if we don't timely act on an order because it's waiting for committee to take it up or finally going to the full council. But I said I'd relay those concerns over to. Seeing that, the motion that was seconded was that the Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that transfers from personal items to overtime require City Council approval. And are we saying it's amended to say won't take effect until January 1st,
Correct.
2021?
Correct.
Yep.
Let me just put that in. So on the amendment, adding won't take effect until January 1, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? So this is a new ordinance. So that was the first reading. So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is
Second.
passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the order with its amendment.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Hold on.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
For your vote, you approve that change. Off to Finance. 26A, Committee on Finance was referred A financial request of $8,500 from Assistant Treasurer to Professional Services. Recommended that be adopted.
Make a motion
be
to
the-
receive, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Motion to be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion, Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. We had our city treasurer, Sandra Smith, before us. The treasurer explained that the money is coming from the assistant treasurer's line item. That position is currently vacant. The assistant treasurer did leave the city a little while back. It is being advertised, and she is seeking to replace it. But during the period of while she's looking for a replacement, she's asking, excuse me, she's asking to put the money into professional services so that she can hire someone temporarily to do some of the work that gets assigned to the assistant treasurer. Now, this person hired will not be doing the duties of the assistant treasurer, which are very important because the treasurer is out of the office or out of commission for any reason. The assistant treasurer can take over for a number of different responsibilities that's in the charter. However, there are things that the assistant treasurer also does that's created a void in the day-to-day operations, and she's just asking to use some of this money for the purposes of getting some temporary help. The committee voted 4-0 in favor of that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, hearing none, motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Hold on, Counselor Murphy, you had a question or?
Yeah, just a question. Do we know how long the assistant treasurer has been gone?
Since July.
Since July?
Yeah, I think that's what she said.
And is there, I mean, I could be wrong, and I'm not trying to be overly critical here, but it seems to me like we have a lot of times where we have openings that are like 2, 3, 4 months before we get out and hire. And from a standpoint of keeping an organization running, that doesn't seem to be a good way to get the hiring done. So I don't know if there's some special reason that we haven't got applicants or whatever, but I just wonder, you know, have they started doing interviews and are they ready to hire somebody?
I can only tell you her words, Councilor Murphy, is that when we asked her, she did tell us that she's in the process. She doesn't intend to fill it, and she is in the process of looking for an applicant. I don't know how far into the process she is.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so the motion was to pass the second reading. It was seconded. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the transfer. 26B, Command and Finance, there was an order that in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 58, the City Council hereby accept the revisions of the Mass Trail Connecticut River Pathway Project Grant. Recommended that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We started the discussion on this in the Finance Committee on August 24th. We tabled it and took it up again last week, and we've come up with the recommendation that the City Council consider adopting this grant. We had both Bob Parent, our city engineer, and Marcus Marrero, the director of OPED Planning Department, before us. We learned that the grant is $40,000. It's from the Mass Connecticut's River Pathway Project Grant. The match for the city is $10,000, but that would be in kind with service that has already been identified in 2 departments. And the project itself is interesting, and there is some controversy with it, but let me explain the project. The project right now has already been approved and will begin on Route 5 in West Springfield, down by the around 91, the 91 entrance, Route 5. It includes the changing of lanes and a bike pathway that would come up north on Route 5 and then veer north onto Main Street when it reaches well, it's already reached Holyoke on Route 5, but when it reaches the split, it will veer north on Main Street, going into what we know as the Springdale neighborhood itself. It would continue through Springdale, right down to the towards 391. And we asked a lot of questions, and we learned, first of all, that right now the project itself is at the 25% quartile, I call it, but the 25% part of the design phase itself. That means it's not near final. That means they don't know the full details of the project. Councilor Murphy, Ward 2 Councilor Murphy, had some wonderful questions. He originally asked, and we agreed with his questions needed answers as to exactly what was going to happen in Springdale, especially in terms of loss of parking or the change of parking and what the bike lane would mean and so forth. We agreed that those are concerns. Those type of things, if we adopt this evening, would not be a final vote that we are agreeing to the project, but we would be agreeing to take the project one step further and to study what exactly is going to happen, especially when it reaches the Holyoke boundary itself. One of the parts that interested some of us was speed mitigation. We know that there's a speed problem on Main Street. Councilor Murphy's been making some wonderful headway there in terms of speed limits and signs and doing things to deter speeding. You know, we're talking about all 24/7 speeding because we've seen drag racing, we've seen daytime speeding, we've seen just an abuse of the city ordinances on speed on Main Street. So one of the things that the city engineer said will be part of the study is speed. We made it clear that, you know, most of us, and I think most here would agree with the Finance Committee, would not be in favor of losing parking for those neighborhoods, whether it's the single family or the multifamily units. As you get closer to Springdale Park, parking is an incredible demand and an incredible need in that area. However, the money spent, we believe, might help us come up with a plan. I related to a plan on Beach Street that took place back in the 90s when Beach Street was a speed trap and we had a lot of problems. The state came in, they came up with a plan, they identified some issues that you wouldn't even think of when you lived there, but they found out that the width of Beach Street changed, and that part of the problem was the driver could not see what they were doing. And they came up with a plan that synchronized the lights to a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, which has been, you know, not perfect, but been working much better than the days before the state came in and did the plan. So the committee has recommended that we go forward with the plan with the caution that we may not agree to their final result, but it may come up with some ideas as to mitigating speed and coming up with a better solution to a very drastic need on Main Street in Holyoke.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the work of the Finance Committee, and I went back and reviewed the grant application again today, and then contacted Mr. Marrero again to ask some more questions. I mean, clearly, in terms of the purpose of the grant, it was to establish biking lanes as a primary. I mean, that's what it was: biking and walking. Well, we have a sidewalk, but we don't have a bike lane. So, I mean, I have a hard time, and I'm trusting both Mr. Marrero and Mr. Parent that they think that they can end up making this into some kind of traffic improvements in terms of speeding. The two recommendations in terms of how they were going to do biking lanes were to extend into the public way, and if they did that on the east side, that would basically, I'm almost positive, eliminate all the parking on the east side, which would be a total catastrophe on Main Street. The second option was that they were going to take the homeowners' land, and if you look at many of the homes on Main Street, their front yards now are maybe 10 to 15, 20 feet, and if we were going to go that way and end up taking some of their private land to expand a biking lane or expand the sidewalk so that a biking lane could be closer to the road. I mean, both of those to me are just not practical. But on the basis of two people that I trust for their professional judgment, that my hope is that we're going to end up coming up with some solutions to slow traffic down, potentially without talking about doing the other things. And you know, I'm not real confident, but I'm going to trust that they're going to tell me that's what's going to happen. I know it comes back to the council before anything gets decided, and that plays another role. But you know, I just think we need to really be aware that if the recommendation comes out in terms of biking lanes, that we have some potential neighborhood problems here. Thank you.
Councilor Bartley.
Thank you. I oppose this grant. It's first of all, it's not an in-kind. It's a $10,000 that's in a budget already, but it's $10,000 of taxpayer money that are used to leverage the $30,000 or $40,000 from the Commonwealth. So it is real money. It's not in-kind money. The grant itself has nothing to do with traffic mitigation or speed mitigation. It has to do with bike lanes. And there's only one way in which they're able to do this, and that's to take what they call a drop-down lane in front of Providence Hospital, make that change that from 2 lanes to 1 lane, and then carve out a piece along the Springdale along the east side, as the Ward 2 Council just noted, and that would basically take up all of the existing shoulder in on Main Street, which is used for off-street parking, of which there's a minimal amount. So it's not a question of trust. It's just a question of what's obvious right in front of me as a lifelong resident. I don't see any way around that. I mean, you can study this till you're blue in the face, but the fact is that West Springfield has a bike path that goes along the Connecticut River. Good for them, but it stops, and then you have to the plan is to veer it out into Route 5 northbound. I mean, if that's not bad enough, to take, and that would start right where the Dunkin' Donuts is, which is actually in West Springfield, and so I forgot the name of that street that travels a back way from the Holyoke Mall, but it would take that northbound lane and make it from 2 lanes to 1 lane, veer into Springdale, and you know, it's to me, it's a non-winner. I think the larger question is, this is yet another ball in the air for Office of Planning and Economic Development. We had a very abridged presentation at the last meeting. The Ward 1 councilor had an order that we you know, I basically skimmed over it because we had so many other matters before us at the last meeting, but that order pertained to basically the decrepit condition of High Street, where the OPED director had nothing to add to that other than, yeah, the first third, the second third are deplorable condition, and the last third, yeah, getting better. But he neglected to mention the demolished buildings. My point is that there are larger things, more important things for that department to worry about, other than a fantasy bike lane that we know is never going to happen unless you start taking private property by eminent domain. I mean, scores of parcels. It's not realistic. Now we have the especially good news we heard this past week with Hamden Papers. I mean, did anybody from the mayor's office, did anybody ever call Bob Fowler in the last 10 years? Hey, how you doing? What's going on with the company? I mean, does that ever happen? Should that happen? I would hope it would. It would be a constant issue, I think, with the hands-on administration. I mean, I know this is going to pass tonight. As I said in committee, I know it was going to pass committee. I know it's going to pass tonight, but I just want for these the elected officials here to just to hear it out. You know, OPED's got a lot going on. There are much more pressing things than what really is a pipe dream and a fantasy. And I think Hamden Papers is real. I think High Street, for 10 years has it gotten better? Even the OPED director says no. Can we, how about a bike lane on High Street? Why don't we worry about that instead of a bike lane on Main Street that's never going to happen by taking away a travel lane for motorists? Really, and it is $10,000. So this is not in kind. Okay, so it's actually cash that's in a budget that's being allocated for this. This is not an in kind, like we're going to write a grant or we're going to do. No, this is actual money. So let me clarify that point. So thank you.
Councillor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I see a brighter side of this picture. I see the study on Main Street that is a highly traveled street that has very difficult issues with speeding. I see this not as a bike lane project. I see this as looking at this issue as possibly slowing down the traffic, travel mitigation with maybe outsourcing the sidewalks like they do in certain areas of the city. In certain areas, a beach has been taken care of. Dwight Street, Hamden Street, not just bike lanes, but they have slowed the traffic down in those areas of the city down to one lane, and it has been improved immensely. And I thought this wasn't, I didn't think it was a $10,000 cash. I thought, Mr. Chairman, was $10,000 in work hours, contracted services. Was that what it was?
I have my hand up, and no, Councilor is correct. When I said 25% design, I jumped ahead to the next grant, which is 25% in kind.
You're right, Joe.
It's my fault. I mixed up the matches. The $10,000 is a line item in the budget already, and Councilor Bartley's correct on that.
It's in the budget, okay. And I believe this is a definitely investment. I don't see this being a fantasy. I don't see this them possibly doing the bike lanes. And as the ward councilor stated, that this will come back to the council. It's a study. I think the improvements are needed on that area from West Springfield into Holyoke into the Springdale section. And I definitely won't vote for something that's going to take away people's properties or sidewalks or put in bike lanes to make it difficult for the residents on that area, Springdale. So I am very much in favor of this. We had a great discussion in finance last week, and I think this is a good project, and I think the study is important for that area of the city. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. I was going to just say again, Councilor Bartley is correct. I apologize. Just jumped to 20% mix up. But again, I do want to say is this is at the 25% design. So when you read the grant, it's not the final design. It's not even close to the final design. And I learned this when they did the Beach Street project, how the state works. And I think, David's got a good point. Councilor Bartley's got a good point about High Street and Maple Street. I'll just remind everybody that's less than 25%, but it is in design by the state. We have a project coming that's going to correct and add a bike lane, but correct what's happening downtown and High in Maple Street. One of the most important things about that project is pedestrian crossing. There is no safe pedestrian crossing in our High Street corridor and the Maple Street corridor. Those lights, you go on the green light that the cars go on. We need to have separate pedestrian lights. We need to have safer mid-block pedestrian crossways and better signage and a lot of things. That project is in the work. I work downtown. I noticed that about ready to complete, but the project they did with Heritage Street, Dwight Street, and Front Street is almost done. And the state's done a great job with their contractor. And I look forward to them doing more downtown. But again, I think this study could prove something that we need desperately on this part of the city, and that's to mitigate the speed without taking away from what the neighborhood needs.
Councilor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I listened to both meetings, but I just want to make sure I understand one point in the grant clearly. On the one hand, I'm hearing that it's only for bike lanes. On the other hand, I'm hearing an argument that it might be for something different. Is it specifically for bike lanes, or is there flexibility within it?
Councilor Murphy,
Yeah, if I could, based on what I read today, again, and this is why when I first read it, it specifically was talking about creating an atmosphere that would allow people to use bikes to get from West Springfield to Springdale. And that was the primary point that kept being made was biking and pedestrian, which we already have sidewalks on that side, but we don't have a bike lane, obviously. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it can be amended so that, I mean, I'm trusting people, but I still have concerns that how we are going to make this from a bike lane to make it, we're going to try to reduce the speeding. So that's, but it does specifically say primarily that it's a biking type of situation.
Thank you.
At least that's the way I interpret it.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, I voted in favor of this grant in committee, but I won't be voting in favor of it tonight. After further consideration and then spending considerable time down there during the past few days along that section of Main Street between Riverdale Road and especially up towards Dean Tech and Springdale Park, everything I've heard, most of it centers around speed problems and traffic mitigation, all right? And that's a basic enforcement of the law. That we don't need to spend $10,000 of precious money that could be used for other things for a study, to Councilor Bartley's point, where it's evident what needs to be done. This is a simple enforcement of the law. We have laws there, they're being violated, start ticketing people. All right, that's simple. You don't need a study for that. And in talking with, in reviewing the conversation with the OPED director, I believe we had already cut that budget where those funds are coming from. And this is going to significantly deplete almost 75% of the funds that are available on this one project, which I don't think we need to undertake at this time.
Counselor Tallman, your hand's still up?
I'm all set.
Mr. President.
Counselor
Mr. President.
Bacon.
I'm all set.
Counselor Greeny.
Yeah, two questions. Number one, I've seen study after study after study with no fruit to bear after them. But is this bike path going to be anywhere near the railroad tracks that go across that area, through that area?
Counselor McGivern, do you have?
I'm sorry, Counselor Greeny, which railroad tracks?
The railroad tracks that come down by Kmart and down through that area.
No.
West Springfield. On Route 5, anywhere near that area?
The railroad tracks from Kmart go over under 391 and don't come near. No, it's not going to be near that at all.
It's not going to be near those. Okay, that's what I wanted to make clear.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, just if I may, just to the chair, to Howie, it's removed. Yeah, the finance chair is right. This is early days, but the plan is, because they want to connect Holyoke to the west side bike lane, which is a lovely bike path. It really goes right along the Connecticut River. It's great. The way only way they can do that, you cannot go along the Connecticut River north of a certain point in West Side. So the plan is not to go on a rail bed. It's to literally go up Route 5, the actual road, take away one of the lanes in the road in front of Providence Hospital, remove that lane, segregate that out for a bike path or a walking path or whatever path, and then connect that on the lower road to Holyoke through Springdale, where we already have where it becomes, as you know, you've gone on a million times, it becomes a one-lane road either way, north-south, with a shoulder on the east side where that's a lot of parking. And what they're saying is, we can study this and use $10,000, and then we'll get back to you. So it's got, and I don't know where this thing came up with traffic mitigation. I'm still through a chair to Howie. This has got nothing. This is not a speed study. This is not traffic mitigation. This is not that. That's like a total Hail Mary pass among two other Hail Mary passes we had that night from the OPED director.
So on Route 5, Councilor, if I could through the chair, Councilor Bartley, is this going to, from where the Providence Hospital is on the Route 5 area, it's going to affect that section of Route 5?
Correct. It would shut down one of the two lanes. It would make that a one-lane road. Thank you.
Oh, all right. I see what I see. I don't have the data on this. For some strange reason, I didn't get a printout of this grant. So, okay, that clarifies it. Thank you.
All right, Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Do we know what kind of impact it'll have on the businesses that are located on Main Street? Just because there are several businesses on there, and I'd like to see what kind of impact that would have. Interruption in business and so forth.
Councilor McGivern.
That's why it's called a study. And yes, we can certainly understand what the impact is going to be on any property on the corridor itself. And I do have my hand up, Mr. President.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councilor McGivern.
Are you all set, Councilor Burgos? Bike paths are traffic mitigation. Not that we all agree with it. I'm not a big fan of it. But I'll remind everyone back to, this is the first time we've had two city engineers on the payroll since Craig Dolan worked with Dave Rundle. But I'll remind everybody that one of the first bike paths that was used for traffic mitigation was on Hampton Street, going up towards Harry Craven's and going up to Northampton Street. I laughed when I saw that bike path and said, how is this going to slow down traffic? It's still a nightmare of a street with the amount of traffic that goes up it going home to East Hampton in the evening. But that bike path has made a big difference in going to one lane on that street. That is what these studies do, is they talk about bike paths, they talk about trailways and things that interconnect cities for bicycles and those other things, the Valley Bike, motorized bike, whatever they are, opportunities. Bikes have a right to be on the road. They're dangerous to the people on the bikes. They're dangerous to us who are driving our cars. This is what is studied, and at the same time, people more and more want to use their bikes because of the greenhouse effect, because of the trying to get out, out of their cars and trying to do the right things for the environment. It's all fine and dandy when it's said and done, but again, enforcement, as Councilor Sullivan said, I could give my enforcement speech right here. And the chief of police will tell you right to your face, we cut his overtime so he can't put extra patrols out there. He's been telling our constituents that now for about 2 months. And I'm telling you right now, that needs to stop. Because when we cut that budget, we had a deficit that was, I think, Councilor Bartley, close to $3 million. And we said we will relook at the budget as the money comes back in the middle of the year. But right now, we have no plan to mitigate what's going on Main Street. This at least is having engineers come in, work with our engineers, and look at Main Street, do a study, see if we can do something different like they did on Beach Street, like they did on Hampton Street, like they're going to do on High and Maple Street, and take some of the pressure that the neighborhood of Springdale, the neighborhood of Ward 2 feels from unfair traffic going through that area. I mean, is it $10,000 out of our budget? I mean, even if it's in kind is money too, because we're paying for the services of the people who are given the in-kind. It's a study, I think, and it's my humble opinion, needs to be done. It may come to some fruition that will help, but if we don't do the study, we're not going to know.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah. So two things. One of the things that actually has happened, I'm going to say probably a half a dozen times in late summer and early fall, have been people getting ticketed primarily near Dean School for speeding. So the police department has been out here. I'm going to say probably I've seen them 4 or 5 times at least, and where they've actually pulled people over for speeding. The other aspect to that, we've discussed and have been told, we talked about raised sidewalks, and I know I'm becoming a very strong advocate of raised sidewalks. and we were told that's not going to mitigate. But I mean, I cannot believe that a raised sidewalk wouldn't slow traffic down near Dean. And I was also suggesting one over by Ingleside Playground, which would basically create one. You'd have a traffic light, a raised sidewalk, a raised sidewalk, and then you finally get to the traffic light down at Springdale. And this is, again, I want to make sure that we know there has been some enforcement. Certainly not enough to stop the speeders. And I don't care how many enforcements we have unless they're there every day. I mean, you could give literally 1,000 tickets without a question, with people going at least 50 miles an hour faster, a mile an hour faster than the speed limit, if not 20 or 30 or 40. My other question, and this goes, and I don't know if this is possible. Is it possible to amend the proposal which we've submitted, or are we locked into because it is very highly oriented towards biking and not towards traffic mitigation in the language. Now I know they're talking like they can do things, but are we at a deadline, or are we able to have that discussion?
Well, we can't amend it here, I can tell you that.
No, I know that, but if we were to send it back to committee, I wonder if that could happen.
So they would have to go back to see if they were refiled, but it's not anything that we can amend here in committee. They'd have to do it themselves, who filed for the grant.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that.
Okay. So you'd have to send it back to committee, see if they would. Councilor Born Martinez, I see your hand up.
Yeah, in regards to is there a time limit that we have to respond to the grant? Because if it's going back to a committee and there is a time limit, we may lose the grant. I mean.
Councilor McGivern, is there a time limit?
We've had this since, I believe, sometime in the spring. And this is an addition project that we asked the state to look at. Our city engineer told us this, because of what was going on in Springfield, saying that the next likely thing was the state would probably approach us. So I don't remember them saying an exact time limit, but I think there's a point where they're going to, get into their final phase with West Springfield. And we'd like to be, if we're going to go forward, I think we'd like to be a little bit further along the line to say yes or no as to what we think can happen in Holyoke. We've had it in committee, twice now. I don't see, what additional information we can get from our engineers. I think they're giving us everything we know. They're the ones that told us at the last meeting that they can work with the state and hopefully make this, do what Councilor Murphy said tonight, do what I've been saying is to work on the mitigation part and make it, a bigger project in terms of the issues of speeding. I'll leave it up to the will of the body, but I think time is running out.
Councilor Lisi?
Thank you. I don't want to, belabor this conversation anymore, but at the end of the day, I feel like, our department heads are going after grants, and the grants have, a description or a purview, and, this particular grant that they're going after is probably focused on, bike and pedestrian accessibility, and therefore the whole sort of proposal that's been made and that we're sort of being asked to approve, because we've gotten so far in the process, is built around that bike and pedestrian access. And so all the other things that you want to layer into it are sort of at the periphery and have to be added to that core feature of the scope of the grant. So I mean, we don't make any progress if we assume that we know everything already. And I think that's what the value of studies are. I mean, even if the study says this isn't going to be good, we have that much more information for do something in terms of which traffic mitigation options would work in the future if this doesn't work right now. So I don't see, it's an investment, and we have to move forward on these sorts of investments, and we need to get information coming into the city in all different ways, shapes, and forms. I just don't see any real harm in allowing the city and these departments to move forward on the time and work that's already been invested in getting this far in being awarded or considered for the grant. Thank you.
On the motion.
So the motion was to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the Mass Trail Connecticut River grant. If you vote no, you're voting against.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Reluctantly, yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
Your vote, you approve the transfer or the grant. 26C, Committee on Finance to refer in order that the 40 Section 53A City Council hereby accept the fiscal year 21-22 Vulnerability Preparedness Action or MVP Action Grant. Recommend that be adopted.
Motion to receive, pass the first reading to adopt.
Motion to receive, pass first reading, under discussion. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before the Finance Committee was Yanni Glagwer, our newest conservation officer. It was, I think, his inaugural run. He did a fantastic job of explaining the grant and answering our questions. The grant is $23,085 received. The in-kind is 25% in staff hours, and that's the match. That's where I got confused with the last one, the 25%. And the purpose of the map is pretty comprehensive, but it deals with a lot with our urban tree coverage and a number of different projects that would complement what it means to be in an urban community and the importance of of protecting our trees and understanding what our trees are. This includes looking at the forest equity of plan time sheet and inventory of all trees, contracts with the urban forest equity plans so that the street inventory be complemented. We all know that we've added a lot of trees over recent years with the help of grants. And one of the projects, and this is where the in-kind kicks in, is it's a collaboration with the DPW, Wisteria Hearst, and Conservation to look at what is known as our historical tree inventory. I kind of bit my lip when I first heard that because I grew up on Beach Street, and all the streets, if you recognize with the tree names, when we were young kids, and I know Councilor Greeny, that was a long time ago, but when we were young kids, each of those trees had the trees that they named. And there are still beech trees left in the city. There are chestnut trees, and there's a few walnut trees, but there aren't many left. There are oak trees and elm trees. And if you ever walk that area, you'll start to notice these types of trees. But there's historical trees throughout the city, and they want to do an inventory and keep that inventory, a map, so to speak, at Wisteria Hearst, so that people can know where to look for these older trees and what they mean to our environment. Yanni did a great job of answering our questions. The committee recommended unanimously that we accept the grant and thanked him for his work. I think we all understand with the climate issues that we are facing, and tree management is very important.
Councilor Green, did you have something? Councilor Green?
Yes, I just want to comment to Councilor McGivern that I grew up in Beverly Hills and I came east because of the paper city. Thank you.
You have palm trees out there?
So, seeing no one else, the motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 26C.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Put your vote, you approve the grant. 27A, on to Public Safety Committee. Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the Public Safety Committee invite in the Board of Health and address and review the leash law, consider that's been complied with.
Motion the committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is to receive, adopt, under discussion. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, we met with Sean and Eric from the Board of Health, and they agreed that there is a potential need for tightening up the leash law. They're going to review what is there and come back in the next month or so and make a recommendation. But it basically, their major concern is right now the definition of voice control and your liability if your dog is loose without a leash. And right now, as I understand it, you can have a dog right by the sidewalk as long as they're under your voice control, and they have concerns. There did have a case where someone thought they had voice control of their dog, and the dog did attack a person walking with their dog, and both attacked the dog and the person. So there are some concerns. They are going to come back, like I said, within the month and make some recommendations as to how we might tighten up the leash law to make it so that that voice command or voice control is more clearly defined and maybe more restricted.
Okay. Anyone with regards to this one? Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Terry, for bringing that up. As a former letter carrier, I've only been bit 3 times in my career, but it does happen where people are right there with the dog right in front of you, and they might be having a bad day, or they just sense something and they attack somebody, and it could cause a lot of problems for people down the road. So whatever they can do on behalf of my letter carrier friends here in Holyoke and throughout the country, it's important that we keep our dogs all chained up and leashed up. But thanks for the work you do.
Thank you.
All right, so motion as it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And then we'll get an update on what they're gonna recommend. 27B, Committee on Public Safety was referred an order at the city, including but not limited to the Board of Health, Police Department, DPW take serious measures, especially during the COVID-19 epidemic and beyond, with regarding sex trafficking, John surrounding the corridor of Maple Street, Cabot Street, Chestnut Street, Essex, Appleton, Dwight Street, last but not least, Elm Street, that the DPW place receptacle trash around these streets listed areas for littering left behind. Recommended it's been complied with.
Motion the order, the committee report received and adopted.
So receive and adopt. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, we did meet with Mr. McManus, Chief Ebo, and Mr. Gonzalez. The mayor was invited. I'm very disappointed that the mayor didn't think this was an issue important enough for him to attend or send someone to talk about. There are concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. One of the recommendations that was discussed was the idea of potentially putting additional trash bins in the area, or trash barrels. There were several concerns in the past, and one of those is in South Holyoke, where we did put some, and it ended up being a worse trash nightmare, both in terms of the DPW unable to get there, but also people putting their household trash in there and creating further problems. So there was concerns that the DPW, if they did this, would not be able to effectively staff it, but they also had concerns that there would be more trash thrown out, which would end up blowing in the street and making matters worse. Chief Ebo did talk. Yes, there's, and we're constantly looking, making drug arrests in terms of dealing. The prostitution issue, as he said, we arrest him, and I know Councilor McGivern brought up Rusty Johns, and maybe we can get somebody to not come back. They're pretty much drug dependent and in need, and obviously there's a view that many of them are being trafficked. And Mr. Gonzalez talked about, related specifically to COVID-19. We now have that test site there on Appleton Street. He, without obviously giving us any specifics, he did indicate that there have been no major increases in the testing that's taking place there that relates to that particular area. So as far as the COVID situation, it appears, I mean, obviously it's had some impact, but it doesn't appear to have an exceptional impact. And again, you know, we need to work together. I mean, I know every councilor signed on to the order. It's vital that the mayor understands he needs to work with the council, and we all can work together, and maybe we come up with some better solutions. But right now, I mean, the police are there when they can. I know they also have the 3 deputies from the sheriff's department and I think it's Cologne, who are working through the neighborhood trying to work with people as well. But right now, they had no answers to solve those problems.
Mr. President?
Councilor Gray.
Yeah, just through the chair to ask Councilor Murphy, are there any cameras in the area?
That's a good question. I don't know for sure. I thought there were a few, but I'm not sure specifically in the areas that we're talking about. Maybe Councilor LeBron Martinez might know.
Councilor LeBron Martinez, you're on mute.
Yes, now, yes, I know that cameras are available, but more like in the Sergeant side of Sergeant Chestnut. And normally they never been working, not at this end of town that I know of. I know there's some by the Holyoke Public Library. Hopefully now with the new Wayfinders, the Library Commons, hopefully they'll install some there for their own purpose of security, but nowhere else that I am aware of in that corridor.
Generally, if we could get some cameras in that area, that will act as a deterrent too, because most people are aware of where the cameras are.
We can certainly look into trying to get them to do that, Howie.
Thank you.
Councilor Tallman?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else, motion that this has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 27C, Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the Public Safety Committee invite in representatives of the Boys and Girls Club in order to get an update on the cleanup efforts at the old ski house. Recommend that's been complied with.
Motion committee for it be received and adopted.
Motion to receive, adopt, that's complied with. Under discussion.
Yeah, we met with Eileen Kavanaugh from the Boys and Girls Club, and I must say she waited quite a little while as we had other issues coming up. As of the end of May, all the buildings had been demolished. However, there have been restrictions placed on them by cultural heritage, which prevents them from clearing the foundation because there are animal habitats there. As of right now, the Boys and Girls Club think they are allowed to do anything more until they've been clearing natural heritage. And they are also, both from a financial perspective and otherwise, not entirely sure exactly what their future plans are and when they might take place. And I want to also thank Councilor Leahy for helping us out with some comments there. And I know he's been a board director and very active in the Boys and Girls Club. But
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. So as Terry said, I have been a board member, I think maybe close to 15 or 20 years. It's been quite some time that I've served on the board of the Boys and Girls Club. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So the Boys and Girls Club, prior to Eileen, when Mr. Counter was there, we received the Mont Tom parcel of land. Now, what we're planning to do with it, that's under discussions now, and I don't want to go into that, but I do want to go into the fact that Eileen Kavanaugh has been going in some great detail about trying to mitigate the issues that we've had up there. However, as Terry had said, the National Heritage has been kind of handcuffed the Boys and Girls Club. We've paid, when I say we, the Boys and Girls Club, which is a nonprofit, has paid for that building, the main ski lodge, to be boarded up numerous times. Not once, not twice, numerous times, and it's quite expensive. The Boys and Girls Club has gone up there and taken off graffiti up the walls. has tried to board up the place, tried to block out any windows. And there's groups of people that, and this is not an easy place to get to. It's not like you just park your car and you walk 25 feet. This is you park your car and you walk a couple miles up to get there. Now, at one point, they actually had cameras up there, and some of the sights they saw were absolutely incredible. It's kind of strange, really strange. But having said that, it's not the Boys and Girls Club that is not wanting to do anything. It's Natural Heritage tying the Boys and Girls Club. They're pretty much handcuffing. But as Terry said, the buildings are down, and there's going to be some future action down the road, and we'll be very excited to talk about that when it happens. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilor McGivern, Councilor Lisi, I see your hand now.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I respect and thank the two previous speakers, Councilor Murphy and Councilor Leahy, because the three of us listened to this conversation. Actually, the three of us listened to all the conversations at the Public Safety Committee meeting. And this one was the most fascinating learning, conversation discussion I've had in a long time. Eileen Cavanaugh is filling some big shoes in a long line of people who are done some wonderful things at the Boys and Girls Club, and I know Jim understands that perfectly from being a member of the board, and a lot of us understand that from the history of the Boys and Girls Club and prior executive directors and prior people that have worked there and volunteers. And I know Jim's doing a great job because I sent my daughter Kelly down to join the board, and she hears me saying this, she'll kill me because she did it on her own, just to watch Jim to make sure he stayed in line.
She keeps me in line. Trust me, Joe. She keeps me in line.
But the three of us listened to Eileen, and a couple of things struck me as we were having this conversation. The three of us heard that she had, or not she, but the Boys and Girls Club had to take the buildings down. Now, it struck me funny that we got an order to take down a building that probably needed to come down, desolate on a mountain that is now cut off from the rest of society for all the things that Councilor Leahy just mentioned. And yet we have buildings falling down in the middle of the center of the city. But when I heard the part about National Heritage, my jaw dropped, because Natural Heritage is preventing this wonderful organization from doing the things that they had hoped to do with this land. And my question was, and not for Eileen to answer, but where was Natural Heritage when the quarry was open? Because that quarry, we know the history, was not open, until the sales went through, and that reopened, and all of a sudden it was this going operation. That quarry was used case by case for project by project of the original O'Connell's, Dan O'Connell's and Sons. And that was a sham to the city, a sham to that mountain. And where was Natural Heritage to protect the mountain then? I just don't get it. But the three of us, thanked Eileen and wished her the best of luck. And I think we all mean that. And it's really important that we hear these stories, I think, as counselors. And we did our job the other night.
See no further discussion? Or I'm sorry, Councilor Lisi, I apologize. Your hand was up earlier.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm still a co-host from the previous meeting, and I don't have the ability to raise my hand.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm just going to know, I wonder if, one of the things that's holding up the Boys and Girls Club with Natural Heritage is the lack of a plan, because I wonder if there was a plan and there was the ability to do some site remediation, if that would help move things forward. I just wanted to voice that in a way, since we do have a over here. Maybe you could bring that back and see if that's something that would help, because I can't see Natural Heritage being sort of a persistent roadblock. It doesn't make sense. And so if there was some way to create a plan that also had a site remediation plan and I don't know, some protections in place, I think that there should be some more communication with Natural Heritage about how to get around the obstacles that they are creating.
Todd?
Councilor Leahy.
Can I just go through the chair and ask Councilor Lisi what she knows about the communication from Natural Heritage and the Boys and Girls Club?
Through the chair, I'm just relating the conversation that just had here. I'm relating some of my own sort of, I guess, reactions to what just transpired. And so it doesn't seem fair, based on what I heard, that Natural Heritage has the ability to put a full stop to all of these projects. And so one of the things that I heard was that there is no plan except for the removal of the foundations. That's
Who
one of the
said
things
that?
that I heard in this discussion here.
Who said
And
that?
so-
Okay, Counselor Lisi?
Thank you. So again, one of the things that I heard here in this discussion was just that there's no plan for what the Boys and Girls Club would do with that property and do with that land after the foundation was removed. And so, again, just thinking out loud, I'm saying it doesn't make sense that they should be able to roadblock us in this way. And so perhaps if there was a future plan and there was some communication about how to, create, I don't know, habitat remediation with that plan, that would be an opportunity to get around the roadblocks that Natural Heritage is putting up at this point in time. I think it's worth asking them, point blank, like, how do we get around these roadblocks? What do you need to see from us in moving forward? And I'm just saying that to you because we're having this discussion here. They're in some ways random thoughts or insights that I have from this discussion that we're having, and you're a board member, and so I thought in some ways that if we could raise those points, they would help the city as well as the Boys and Girls Club in some way.
Can I respond to that?
Counselor.
Yeah. So first of all, I did say that there is a plan, and it's be very exciting once that plan we can talk about it. So I'm not exactly, if I could go through the chair and ask, you said a few times that there wasn't a plan. Now, who
That's
said
what I
that?
heard in the discussion.
By who?
I believe it was Counselor either Murphy or McGivern that I heard that from. It was on that side of the screen for me.
Okay.
Well,
we'll have to
I'm not
revisit
sure.
that one, but both of them are not on the board, and they certainly wouldn't be privy to any plans. So I'm not sure why that is being talked about. And as for discussions with Natural Heritage, I'm not going to go into detail on exactly what we're doing, but it's not accurate what you're saying. Thank you.
Counselor McGivern, I see your hand up.
I heard my name.
Oh, you're on mute. There you go.
Make
You're
any
unmuted.
reference to anything that Eileen Kavanaugh said to us that there is no plan. And I'm aware that there are plan discussions and ideas and things that are at different phases, and not because I know a couple people on the board, but because I've talked to Eileen personally over the years and just have nothing but respect to her. That would have been a great question to ask her, but unfortunately it was me, Councilor Murphy, and Councilor Leahy at the meeting. 6 makers of orders on this agenda at the Public Safety Committee meeting. Only 2 who couldn't show up let the chairman know why they couldn't show up. And no one sent any questions to us to ask on their behalf. If you understand my little sarcasm from before, it's starting to boil. If we're going to have these discussions with good people on great issues, we need people to show up to committee meetings.
Counselor Tallman, Counselor Sullivan, and then Counselor Bartley.
I'll just be brief. With Jim talking about National Heritage, didn't it take about 10 years to clear out that road from Hoyle Community College to Westfield Road? National
Bingo.
Heritage,
But I'm sure there's no communication there.
No, but I think it took about 10 years before we could even do anything with that road. So
And $1
just,
million.
yeah, just a point of information.
Exactly. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan. You're on mute, Counselor. You're on mute. There you go.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to make that meeting, but the National Heritage Foundation, can anybody tell me, is this the group out of McLean, Virginia? Jim, can you?
No, it's I believe it's a state agency out of Boston.
National Heritage
Or
Foundation?
Heritage, or a federal. They're out of Boston.
This is the same group that stopped the old manager of the Channel 22 from his house in Wilbur, I think it's Wilbraham or Munson.
Yes.
And
Hoyok
it's,
Community College,
like they
Ludlow
said,
Jail.
Community College Road, because the stakes that weren't there until we had the compost pile, and the stakes
Right.
could go home in the compost pile.
So they're not a government agency. They're not a division of the state or national government. They're a private nonprofit.
No.
No, it's
Yeah.
Matt.
No, they're regulators.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's my only question.
All right. Counselor Bartley's next, and Counselor Murphy. Counselor Bartley, you're on mute.
Coming, I know, coming. I
Okay.
cleaned my glasses. Couldn't
All right.
I couldn't see this wonderful group through all the dust. Two things to my friend Counselor McGivern. I know you weren't directing to me. Don't have a perfect record. I did call in. I did
I
email.
know. That's why I said 2 counselors did call in.
I saw. I reached out to. I just got a family crisis with my mom, so that's all. The other one, Natural Heritage. Yeah, that's a division of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm just gonna let the body know that. I'm not patting myself on the back here. The reason why, Mr. President, we changed the looking redevelopment to development and government relations. There are many reasons. One was the government relations part, and that's where we get a chance to invite people to come in. For example, the other day we had a chance to invite somebody from iCare, and they couldn't make it. That's life. That goes on. But I just sent an email to Natural Heritage. And I invited them to circle back to me, and I offered them a chance to participate in a future DGR. So relative to what I said tonight, we can certainly get their take on it, and I think we should. Thank you.
Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple. As I understood it, the Boys and Girls Club could not do anything until they get a clearance from Natural Heritage. And certainly at this point, they didn't think they were going to get that at least till the end of winter. And then they didn't know after that either. So in terms of when they were going to be able to do anything, that's when I say they don't know when they can plan to do things, because they don't know when they're going to get an authorization. And if this, I think it was snakes, if I'm hearing correctly, that they were trying to protect. So again, I just want to clarify that. I didn't want to indicate that there are no plans. I just want to indicate that they don't know when they're going to be able to do anything, because they don't have a specific plan in that case. Thank you.
I know some hands are up. There might be some from last time. Counselor Tallman still up or no? Hearing nothing. So motion is that it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 27D, Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the Director of Health Department, Representative Police Department, Director of Veteran Services, and other interested parties appear before the Public Safety Committee to discuss the problems associated with tent camps throughout the city. Evidence points to health hazards, including significant needles around these sites, as well as trash and other material. What can the city legally do to clean up these camps? Have we found any effective ways to provide options to encourage those into various service options, such as housing, drug addiction services, and veteran services? Recommended that's been complied with.
Make a motion, committee report be received and adopted.
Motion receive and adopt. Our discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, so this was, again, a very interesting in some ways, but sad in many others. So one of the things that kept coming out, both from the Veterans Office, from the police chief, and to some extent from the health director, was that many of our homeless residents or panhandlers are not Holyoke residents. They were estimating close to 50% they thought were not Holyoke residents that are either in camping or panhandling or a combination thereof. The chief indicated that he had 634 referrals this past year related to these kind of, and about 50% of those people were not from Holyoke. A couple of the other questions or concerns, one of the concern from Sean Gonsalves was that if we could get a shelter, we may be in a better position to get some of these people off the streets and into trying to get some drug, in most cases, they're all drug issues, trying to get some opportunity for them to get support to fight their addiction. And he has a concern that if we get to winter, that obviously this could become a problem both with COVID and otherwise. Jesus Pereira from the Veterans Office, he's got 15 vets now that are in temporary housing. I know several times I've called him with people that were on Main Street that indicated they were veterans, and he and Raul Fredo have actually come down and actually talked and discussed these things with people. So they've made some inroads with veterans, but again, that lasts only so long. We did talk about clearing out the encampments. I know Councilor McGivern and I both talked about behind Springdale, behind the dike, down by the river. We talked about under 391. We talked about McNulty Park down up next to Stop and Shop, and other encampments. And we have encouraged them to, if there are tents, you got to clear everything out. You can't leave the tents there and think that you're taking another thing and going, and then we're not going to have the same problem tomorrow. So they did say that they would try to clear out, if we could, as we get concerns or get complaints, that they would try to clear out all those encampments as reported. They would try to work with people to encourage them to get into programs, try to actually take them to programs if that's possible. But the goal is to get the sites cleared up so that, as Councilor McGivern indicated, you know, people are riding bikes, walking, and you know, these are young kids. They're very tempted to do things that they shouldn't be doing, or just accidentally, and that's a danger to them. And not only is it a danger from that aspect, it's a danger because of the waste that's there in terms of quality health issues. And they also indicated that, you know, they do work with Tapestry in terms of needle pickup and trying to make sure they clear them out. So again, it's a sad issue that we keep having. I don't know the answers, but trying to get those shelters, tented areas cleared out, and needles picked up, and human waste cleared, and not to have them keep coming back over and over again, certainly could something provide some kind of options. But it's a very difficult question.
Councilor Leahy?
Yes, thank you. You know, Terry did a fantastic job. These Zoom meetings, as you know, Councilor President, are very difficult to, you know, to arrange and to hold, and it's very difficult. But Terry, you did a good job the other night. I just wanted to give you kind of kudos on that. And it was good to, you know, have Sean in there, and also the chief discussing, you know, this. You know, my first thought, and I followed an order some time ago, that this is human trafficking. You know, the panhandlers, they certainly aren't there because they want to be sitting on the side of the road panhandling money. These people, I believe, my heart of hearts, is they're being forced to in many different situations, and they do not want to be there. I mean, I can give you a lot of different reasons why. You know, there's never any fights regarding territory. People are going to different corners, they stay in the same corners. There's never any issues. There's never fighting over the different corners of where they're panhandling. Also, the fact that I told the chief, told Sean, that there's obviously, everybody knows there's a pandemic going on, and these panhandlers are not wearing masks. They're not standing on the actual physical property of the city. They're standing in the street. For instance, we have this gentleman that's where he's in a wheelchair, and at nighttime, if you go up near Lynch right now, right near the fire station, he's in the middle of the road, or to the side of the road, to the middle. Somebody's going to hit him, and it's going to be that driver's fault, and that driver, whoever it is going to have that guilt on the rest, you know, on his or her shoulders the rest of their life. But this person shouldn't be there in the first place. Secondly, if a person does feel extremely saddened, which we all do, and wants to give $1, $2, $5, the person's coming up to the car, there's no masks. And if this happens, you know, 15, 25, 100 times a day, the panhandler, who I think is there, human trespassing, is within close proximity, a foot 2 feet, 25, 50 people a day. This is a different avenue where COVID is going to be spread. Now, Sean did say that he has masks, and he did tell me that he was going to go around and hand these people, or he told us, the masks. But I also said to the chief and to Sean, you know, not exactly sure why you can't have them be moved. I'm still not exactly sure, because when I was in high school and after a dance, we'd go to Friendly's and we'd go on to the sidewalk, and God rest her soul, everybody loved her. Alice would come out and she tried moving us away from Friendly's, and sometimes the police would come and they said, you can't loiter here in front of Friendly's, even though we weren't blocking anybody. We certainly weren't blocking anybody from coming into the business, but we weren't allowed to do that. So I'm not exactly sure what is different. But I said that one of the major things with these poor individuals, these poor souls, is education. You know, maybe they don't have the education knowing, you know, about these masks. So if Sean could go around not only handing out the masks, but also giving education, I think that would be a benefit for everyone. But it was a good meeting. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple quick things without being redundant. Councilor Murphy covered it all. Councilor Leahy certainly added a lot to this discussion. This was Councilor Murphy's order, and if you look at the order itself, it talks a lot about what's being done about the health hazards of these situations. And Jimmy covered the street corner stuff, and we talked about the tent cities. I unfortunately, although we are suspended, have visited many of the tent cities in Holyoke as my career, as my job, because one of the things we do as probation officers is it's called home checks. And the one that's the most fascinating one is the one down by Springdale Park over the dike. And I had not been up on that dike in years, but when you look over there, that piece of property is absolutely beautiful. It would actually make a good campground. If the city could figure out how to make that a legal campground, I think we could make some money, but I'm sure the environmentalists won't let us. But here we go again. You know, there are people, and you know, homeless people are funny. There are some who are homeless and they want to be homeless, and you're not going to explain it and you're not going to change them. There are others that are living in tents out of necessity because they're down on their luck and they just don't have a home, and it's better than living out of their car. And then there are the ones that are doing it because of substance abuse, and that's the way they live their life, and they can get away with a lot more in a tent or in an out of the way place like this. There's a couple of them under the bridge on Muller Bridge, a couple of them up by Lock Pond, going up as you go north towards Jimmy, what's your neighborhood? The
Highland Park.
Highland Park, yeah. And I you know, I get this and I see this on a daily basis, but when it came to Councilor Murphy's order, what I wanted to add is what I said to, and I think we have a great chief of police, a great and up and coming board of health director, and I think the most of our fire chief. But what I said was, health hazards exist. There are kids that go up on that dike with their bikes who are in Springdale Park at a baseball game. There are kids that go up there just being kids. There are adults that go up there running, jogging. And if you find, or if they find a discarded needle and they're accidentally pricked by that needle, the health issues, you know, go to another extreme. So if we know it's illegal to have a tent down there, if we know it's illegal to dump your trash down there, and if we know it's wrong, you got to do something about it. You have to enforce the law. And I'm sorry, but I will note in 2 more agenda items that there are preventative things that both the police and the fire department are doing. And I'll let Terry explain what we learned about the Cahoots crisis program itself. But in the meantime, you know, the message I sent was you need to enforce the laws if they create a health hazard for someone else that's innocent, especially our younger people.
Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, just to wrap this up, but as we heard the conversations, and this keeps coming back, because I keep hearing people tell me Holyoke has far more panhandlers than any other area, and I'm wondering if we have far more tent cities, for lack of a better word, than other communities. And if that's the case, what are we doing wrong, or what are other communities doing? And then it also goes back to Councilor Leahy's order back several years ago about picking. Is it that our panhandlers and others are being trafficked, and they're being trafficked by people that are somewhat controlling the operations in Holyoke. So they come and they have that support. Because I know I followed some of the panhandlers, and they almost all go to the same place. Now, I've been told that's just the place they go to meet. But it's, you know, I kind of sit and wonder. And I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, but I know, you know, we knew, as like Councilman McGivern, we need to clear these places up. We can't be kind and generous because they're endangering other people. I've had some businesses also concerned about having fires started and then they're burning down. So, you know, there's a lot of issues that, and we have to be aggressive and still have a compassionate heart, but we got to take care of other people who are trying to do things late as well.
Sir Leahy, your hand's still up, or is that?
Oh, no, Todd, sorry.
Councilor Bar Martinez?
Yes, under, as the chief is saying, that have teams that are going out there and meeting up with some of these individuals. Have they been a questioning assessment as they're talking to them? How do they hear about Holyoke? How do they come from Holyoke? I live in a street that I mean, I can tell you, when I speak to some of them, they're not even in the area. And somebody already said that, but the question is, we gotta ask them to tell us what attracts them to come here to the city. Bus terminal, let me say, I've done that just to kind of see. They get off that bus, the buses with luggage and strolling, and I'm gonna take pictures so you all can see when they stroll down the street locations in this neighborhood to begin to just camp in here. So somebody has to find the reason why are they coming to the town. And let me just say, empathize. I had a brother who he was homeless, and his reasons of not living at home, he felt that, you know, he didn't want to put ourselves in the situation of seeing him. So sometimes they do that. They leave from their town to another town. What does that mean for us? What I mean, it's getting out of control. In my case, I think it's like I see this every single day. We have to figure something at the same time, but what does that mean? The more we prepare to that, the more people are gonna come here for that reasoning. It's not like your own people living here who are suffering homelessness. No, there's something else that has attracted them here, and we need to figure that out. That's the part that we need to figure out.
Mr. President,
Councilor Graney?
they're coming here because they can get away with it and we're not enforcing the law.
Yep.
Councilor Tallman?
Thank you for taking it up, Terry. I think we all encounter this every day with the people on the street. And I happen to be in a store. I know, Jim, you're talking about the guy in the wheelchair and his partner, and sometimes he's in the wheelchair. A lot of times he's pushing it. He's up by the firehouse. He's on Hampden and Pleasant. Hampden and Northampton, I mean. And I was into the store up by there, and the girl was in there that he's with, and she said she's from Vermont. So, I mean, people are coming in from different states even to come in here, and for whatever reason. And I think the thing is not just the enforcement, not enforcing it, but I also think it is because they get money here. There's a lot of people that feel bad, and instead of giving them a mask or giving them a candy bar or a bottle of water, which I try to do sometimes, give them a bottle of water, they give them money. There's one guy up there, his name's Tony. He lives in Springdale. He's an older guy with he's hunched over on Northampton Street.
I know Tony, yep.
He makes about 100, 150 bucks a day. You see him going and turning his money at the market there, and he gets over $100 a day standing out there. He drives his bike up there from Springdale and stands out there, and people give him money. I think if people stop giving money, there'll be a change. There may not be as many people out there, but like I said, it's a substance abuse problem. It's alcohol problem. It's mental health issues. It's an ongoing thing, and I think whatever we can do to try to lessen the issues of the people out there and stop giving them money, I think that would really start driving a lot of them away. If they're not getting money, they're not gonna. But how do you say that to everybody? You can't tell people that they feel the compassion. They say, what's a buck or what's $5? It's nothing. So that's part of the issue. But I really recommend the committee to try to do whatever we can with the health department, the police department, to try to get issues solved. And it's going to take some time. They're always going to be there now, I think, but we got to do what we can to try to lessen the impact on our other citizens.
Councilor Anderson Burgos?
Yeah, I briefly lived in Greenfield, several years ago, and still in contact with friends. Still go up to Greenfield, and I just want to clarify something. This is not unique. Definitely not unique. Holyoke, my most recent visit, the change was beyond. I've never seen so many panhandlers in Greenfield. There were a ton in Greenfield, Springfield as well. So this is not Holyoke, but it does bring it back to we need to figure out something to address the issue. This is a life, this is a crisis. It is, and we need to, really put our heads together about what we can do to help the people and to help the people who are not even. I'm not sure where to begin with that, but I'm willing to sit down and figure something out.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yep, thank you. I can't, we're full circle on this from where we started 3 or 4 years ago. And some of the basics we've got to address. We're right back to the start in the same vicious circle. The police are frustrated. They do have other tools they can use. When a person is beyond the point where they've lost control of their own life, there are tools, there are facilities, and there are programs out there, and it's the judges that are stifling the process to put these people into a program where they can get the help they need. That's number one. So if we really want to start addressing this now, we've got to start backing up the existing facilities and programs and everything else we have in place. And it's got to start with going after the judges and letting the judges know that they're really hurting these people. They're hurting the programs. They're hurting everybody else involved. We've got to begin educating the public, and we can do this in other ways through ads in the newspaper, through public service announcements, through our own city webpage, right? That there are programs that they can donate to where they can express their compassion for these people, where they can help these people without physically putting the money in their hands of people who are, for the most part, I'm not saying everybody, have lost control of their own lives. All right. And if we're gonna start down that road again, I'll be more than happy to engage, but it's got to come in other ways. When we talk about why we have so many of this going on in Holyoke, it's because of a lot of the things that have gone on in the city over the last 7 or 8 years, right? That has rolled out the red carpet, and the word is out, not just to Vermont, right? One of the prostitutes working down here on Maple Street or Elm Street is from Las Vegas. Can you imagine that somebody came here from Las Vegas, Nevada? They've heard about Holyoke, Massachusetts out there. The price of a bag of heroin on the streets of Holyoke is anywhere from $3 to $5, right? Cheaper than anywhere in the country. And this is the kind of stuff we have to get after. Got to get everybody behind it. I could go on all night. Hopefully over the next months, and it might take a year, but whatever, we can take a serious approach to really addressing some of these problems now.
Seeing
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Once again, they're coming to Holyoke because they know they can get away with it, and we're not enforcing the laws.
They're getting money.
Seeing no one else, the motion is that it's been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 27E, the Committee on Public Safety was referred in order at the Board of Health come before the Public Safety Committee to discuss an update on the committee on the COVID-19 procedures for City Hall employees and departments. That's been complied with.
Motion committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is receive and adopt. Under discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, again, Sean brought up City Hall right now is at 50% capacity. Departments are working to make sure that within their department they have proper spacing. He does have concerns in the last month about the rising metrics in Holyoke. And he is very, very cautious about a complete reopening at this point until those metrics start going back the other way. He does see the potential to expand access to City Hall by appointment, which I think at one time was something we were doing, and then we've stopped doing that from what I understand. But he's kind of thinking that is something that he can look at as long as it's under an appointment basis and there's closed access, if you will. He's very cautious with employees at risk, obviously, and he's been working with department heads with employees at risk to make sure that they are left in a situation where they can do their job in a safe environment. He's also looking at using electrostatic cleaning system. As I understand it, it'll first be used in City Hall Annex with the potential of then transferring it also into the City Hall. And every office is strongly encouraged, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but strongly encouraged to assist with consistently sanitizing the office several times a day. So that's basically where he's at. He's still, I mean, we did talk about not letting the general public come in without appointments at this point, and he doesn't see that changing until the metrics change.
Anyone further for this one? Councilor McGivern.
I think I said I have a lot of respect for our Board of Health Director, and I think he has a good handle on it. We can all see that the numbers are appearing to be going in the wrong direction, and we don't know what we're in store for. But his caution is with justification. The one thing I was disappointed, because I had asked him about it when it first came out many months ago when Sean was before us, is contact tracing, and my question was more specific because I don't think it panned out to be what it's supposed to be for reasons that are somewhat understandable. But contact tracing is supposed to be when a person is found to have COVID, that the person's roots are traced and the people that they come in contact with are notified. And on the surface, that it seems to make a lot of sense if that happened. And you probably 3 months ago that this was going to be a lot on the Board of Health. It was going to be a lot on state agencies and a lot of telephone calls and for people to answer it. But he couldn't give me a definite answer because I know that there's been some positive tests in City Hall, and I asked how were the employees of City Hall notified, or if we found out City Hall had come in contact with someone, how were the immediate employees notified? And I asked about names, and obviously I knew the answer, but because of HIPAA laws, names are not given out. And I said, so quite frankly, contact tracing cannot work because of HIPAA laws. And I don't blame that on Sean, but I blame that on the system itself because it's a major flaw. And unfortunately, the intent of contact tracing is going to work if we can't figure out a way how to get around HIPAA laws.
Anyone further? Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one comment relative to the contact that Councilor McGivern was just talking about. If you're in a circumstance where a person in the workplace is affected and HIPAA reg is getting in the way, the best practice is that everybody in the workplace immediately gets tested as one person in the workplace is determined to be positive. And right now in the city, it's available that people could do it on a daily basis if it was needed. And that is the best practice that could be done now. And then the quarantining when they're positive. So they can do it, but it's not as specific as you might be used to days of TV contact tracing. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Seeing no one else, the motion is that this one has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 27F, the Committee on Public Safety was referred in order that the Public Safety Committee and fire chiefs, the director of ambulance services and interested social services agencies that Holyoke should implement a 900 response program to Cahoots crisis assistance helping out on the streets. Program used in Eugene and in Springfield, Oregon, recommend that's been complied with.
Make a motion, committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is that receive, adopt, that's been complied with. Under discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I did have the chief of police, chief of the fire department, and the head of Frank McNeil, the head of the ambulance service in, and with potentially the concept that maybe we can have some calls where we don't necessarily have to have police. I was pleased, however, understanding that we now operate our current 911 system. If a call is considered to be a behavioral crisis and some kind of violent criminal type of situation, that the Holyoke Police Department works with the Behavioral Health Network, and they provide a response team that includes a crisis manager and one police officer, and the crisis manager has precedence unless it becomes a violent situation. So I thought that was a good, and it's funded by grants. One of the concerns, and the Cahoots program is similar, except what they do is they have an EMT or a nurse as well as a crisis manager, and the police are only called, in the situation in Oregon, it's about 1 or 2% of the times where the police have been called to provide backup in those situations. And I thought maybe that potentially could provide us some savings in terms of police, but obviously they still have to pay for the calls. Right now we get, this service is available 16 hours a day. And I did ask Chief Bebo if he would to check the number of calls that we get for the 8 hours that were not covered, which I think are midnight to 8 in the morning. And he did indicate he would do that. And if those numbers are high, that we might try to see if we can get further grant money to make it a 24-hour service, which obviously if we have calls would be a good idea to have. And again, the ambulance service director did indicate that he's had a very good relationship both with the Holyoke Police Department and the Holyoke Fire Department in terms of calls and coordinating and trying not to take people to the emergency room if there's ways to take them. And that's one of the things Behavioral Network is trying to get people to the service rather than to the emergency room.
Anyone further for this? Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. Real quick, just to add to what Councilor Murphy said, you know, this is part of what the police department does, and this is a big need, a big gap, and I think one of the things about Chief Bebo's short tenure as our chief is he is strong on what I call community policing. Now, I know this is not exactly policing, but it's a form of it. And the pandemic makes it very hard. The budget makes it very hard to do the community policing that he'd like to do. But my hat's off to all the police officers who offer assistance to people in crisis and recognize that there is not always the simple solution. There was a court order out of the Holyoke District Court not too long ago on a 12 of a to be sent to the emergency room to be evaluated. That person discharged by the emergency doctor without being evaluated by a crisis team. And that person was in Holyoke District Court the next day, but we won't get into that. There's a crisis. When there's a person in crisis, it's kudos that our police department, the fire department know how to react and know that there are different options.
Councilor Bacon.
Oh, I'm all set. Thank you.
Anyone further?
Just one last comment.
Councilor Murphy.
And that is, Chief also indicated that they have I think it was a 40-hour training session in terms of dealing with these kind of behavioral crises, so that the officers coming are more trained specifically towards behavioral crisis rather than criminal crisis.
Went further. Hearing none, motion has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 27G, the Committee on Public Safety, to whom was referred an order that serious concerns on removal of trash at 50 Clinton Ave, property managed by Wayfinders. Met with landlord and learned that there is a clearance issue when privately Contractor trash removal companies arrive to pick up trash. They cannot obtain enough space in the area to locate the dumpsters. Management has been fined by both the city and police department for attempting to mitigate situations and being punished for it. Order to study the conduct in the effort of finding a solution to the situation. Recommended that the order be referred to the ordinance committee with a copy to the city engineer to determine how many parking spots need to be reserved.
Motion the committee report be received and adopted.
Motion is receive, adopt, and send to ordinance and a copy to city engineer. Our discussion, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, so we met with Mel Antuna from representing Wayfinder, and I know there was someone else there, but I didn't get their name. And Mel actually ended up being the spokesperson for Wayfinder. And they also indicated they have not actually been fined. They've been told they have to get this resolved. So I don't think they've actually been fined, is what I understood. They are hoping, and they think this will resolve the whole issue, to get one spot dedicated as a no parking area on, and I believe it was just going to be for Thursday from 8 to 5, when at some point in those 9 hours, the trash pickup comes along. And if that happens, that they could be resolving the whole trash pickup issue. And that's why we're recommending it go both to the ordinance committee to draw up an ordinance, but also to the city engineer to see what spot or do we need more than one spot to resolve this problem. And it would only be for that one day, because that's the only day they have pickup.
Councilor McGivern.
This is a no-win situation, and it is a problem. Unfortunately, the property doesn't have any real place to put the dumpsters on property, and to be able to get them easily to the street or easily in a position for the pickup to take place. We purposely did not make a recommendation that we should remove parking. Need some further ventilation, I think, with the help of the ward councilor. I represented Ward 4 for years, and I understand on-street parking is a necessity of life with the amount of rentals that we have in that area. And I understand that there is no easy solution to this, but we certainly have to try to work it out. So we couldn't do an ordinance ourselves, so we do recommend that with a little more study, perhaps the ordinance committee can work out something that works for all the neighbors and gets the trash picked up a lot easier.
Councilor Hernandez, is there anything or?
No, I just hope that we can resolve this. And when I met with the property manager, she did inform me that they were fined indeed, but then looking more into it, and I spoke with Sean, he said that they never had fined them. So I don't know if it was just like what Councilor Murphy said, just of that they were going to get fined if they didn't resolve it. Another thing is that DPW, Bob did reach out for more information on this issue. So I'm hoping that, it gets looked at, studied, and it's such a narrow street already. I just don't know. They do have more space in their property that they could have possibly moved those dumpsters, but then it would cause nuisance to the homeowners and other neighbors that are there. And so I think that's what the problem is at the moment. But for some resolution and to work with any department to just resolve the matter.
So motion is to receive, adopt, send to ordinance with a copy to the city engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Public service, off to DGNR. So we're off to DGNR 29A.
Mr. President?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to, before I forget, I want to suspend our rules and remove an agenda item from DGR and move it to the Finance Committee. It's relative to, it was, let's see, it was on the August 4th agenda. It was inadvertently placed in DGR. It should go to Finances. Concerns 5 Main Street, Jonathan Maldonado, and it's for a secondhand license.
So motion
Second.
is to remove from DGNR an order regarding 35 Main Street for a secondhand license. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Under
opposed?
discussion, we knew this was inadvertently placed in the DGR jacket. We placed it on the agenda the other night. It didn't make the agenda for our last night. And I did speak to the finance chair, and he's go, and we'll ship it over to finance.
All right, so motion is to send this order to finance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Again, a
29A.
if we could suspend and take 29A and 29E as a package, please.
I'll second that.
Motion to suspend the rules, take up 29A and E as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 29A is to declare 136 Cabot Street as surplus. And then 29E is to declare Cabot Street parcel identified by the Hoyok Board of Assessors also. So
Yeah, my motion is to receive, adopt the committee report and declare both parcels surplus available for disposition.
Second.
motion is receive, adopt, under discussion.
Yeah, very brief. The great job by OPED. They made some good arguments, and then we approved it last night. And I'll let the committee speak further if necessary. Thank you.
Anyone on these properties? Seeing none, hearing none. Clerk will call roll. If you're voting yes, you're voting to declare them surplus property.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you're approved A and E. Back to 29B, Fernand DGNR, who was referred, in order that a special permit for a construction of a new duplex at 102 Beach Street. Says waiting
Motion
disposition
to
of-
receive, adopt the committee report to grant a special permit with the conditions that I'm pretty sure I wrote down on the jacket somewhere.
Second.
All right, motion is receive, adopt, our discussion, Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, it's just tough doing this remote, Lee, but we had Eric in last night, 102 Beach, looks like a pretty good project. The issue for the special permit, it's kind of a small lot, and he's got some good energy, some good ideas, wants to pop a duplex on there. It's a vacant parcel right now. The conditions that we put forth and we agreed on unanimously, committee 4-0, was to have a minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces, to mandate that the project start within 2 years, and that the
owner would have to keep the property.
Right, no sale.
No sale.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Mr. President, that the special permit would not run with the land, that it would just be adhered to the property owner himself. So in other words, I'm sorry for using that phrase, but it's just an important phrase to use. It just means that if the property owner sold it, if we didn't say that specifically in there, and the property owner sold that property, then that special permit would go to the next owner. And so what the special permit is doing is making that property potentially more valuable. But by conditioning the special permit saying that it does not run with the land, then what we're saying is that, hey, Mr. Taub, you sell the property, okay, fine, but the special permit goes away. So I think I made that clear, but if anybody has a question on it, please ask. And I believe those are the three conditions we had. And that's it. Thank you.
Counselor Tallman?
Yes, I believe that one of the other issues was, I think if you said it already, David, commence in 2 years?
Yes.
Project, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And this is a vacant lot that's on Beach Street in an area there was a couple other homes there. And it's gonna be similar to the two on Hamden Street, right down by the old O'Connell's coming down Hamden, past Stop and Shop. There's two duplexes there. So Eric is a go-getter. I know many people are familiar with him with the old, the Holyoke House, renovating that building. He's gonna take this property, put a duplex in there and get some tax back into the city coffers. So I appreciate the work he's done. And great meeting last night, David.
Thanks. Thank you, Pete.
Yeah.
Counselor Leahy?
Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the meeting last night, but I just have a question. What's the thought process of having it go with the person, not the land? You'd said, if I could, through the president, to David, Councilor Bartley, wouldn't we want this parcel as most valuable as possible? I mean, if he does sell it, then, I mean, everyone's happy. Taxes are, more tax money. So just walk me through that.
Yeah. So thank you. That's a fair question. So it's a very unique part of property law, and so it gets a little mind-numbing, and I don't mean to be that way. But what we're saying is that we saw a proposal, Jimmy, from Mr. Taub, and we and the DGR are comfortable with the proposal, but more importantly, we're comfortable with Mr. Taub because we've seen him around town before, and he's been active in the community, done some other work, and but we also recognize that by granting this permit for taking what is really an undersized lot and allowing him to put a duplex on there, we've taken basically almost a worthless parcel and put some value on it. Now I can't quantify the value, but there's value that this action is going to make him money. But as Councilor Tallman rightly pointed out, we're not, we're in the business of, building up the tax base. I hope that's one of the things we're in the business of, and as counselors. And but your question would be fair to say. Now, listen, you would say, well, if Mr. Taub wants to sell it, then shouldn't the successor owner have that same thing? And I'm going to say to you, that successor owner can come back before City Council, to be treated just as respectfully and fairly as Mr. Taub. But I want to hear from he or she and know what he or she's going to say, what put before us. I'm comfortable as a counselor with Mr. Taub. I also recommended to Mr. Taub that he confer with the ward councilor as well, just a heads up, which I'm sure he will if he hasn't already. So those are the reasons, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did have a chance to join DGR last, and Mr. Taub impressed me. But he's a developer himself. He agreed to these conditions, and he answered all the committee questions, including the one about putting parking. And he said he would put at least 3 spots in the back, accessible through the alleyway, which helps out. I grew up a block away from this neighborhood, which was a wonderful neighborhood that's had some problems over the more recent years, but there are at least 7 duplexes of this nature that have been put up in the last 6 to 7 years, and they all complement and are all additional assets to the neighborhood itself. And as Councilor Leahy said, they add to the tax rolls. And with the fact that he's agreeing to the conditions, I certainly will support this and wish him the best of luck in his development.
Councilor Tallman.
Mr. President.
Hold on, Councilor Green. Councilor Tallman, you up or?
Oh yeah, I didn't put my hand down, but Joe, one of the duplexes at the old Michael's Market, right on Beach and Dwight.
I got a good story about Michael's Market, but we're running out of time tonight.
Why don't you give it? I want to hear it. Only take 10 seconds.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. Taub was very impressive. He's a long-term, I guess, Holyoke developer. He had all the answers. He answered them correctly. And the committee really felt that we had a lot of confidence in what he had to say. So I think we should go ahead and go forward with this. So I'd like to move the question.
Move the question. Amen.
So motion was to receive, adopt, and grant the special permit with the 3 conditions: 2 off-street parking, commence within 2 years, and the owner, the special permit does not run with the land. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay, so clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit with conditions as read in.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes, can
LeBron-
you hear me?
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the special permit. 29C, Committee on DGNR, who was referred. Special permit application for the Board of Trustees of Hoyoke Community Charter School for 2 storage units at 2200 Northampton Street.
Motion receive and adopt the committee report, grant special permit with conditions.
Just receive, adopt, and grant with conditions. Under discussion, Council
Yeah,
Bartley.
Mr. Paquin in last night. We all remember Mr. Paquin for his years of service to the city with HFD, and now he's serving school Holyoke and beyond in his capacity at the charter school, and we thank him for service. And the conditions we approved. Okay, well, just step back. What he wants to also put storage containers behind the building to store desks and things of that nature that are piling up, and they're kind of filling up the office, the school space inside the school. He's looking for 2 containers, 40 by 10, for up to 5 years. So that's one condition. So the permit would be capped at 5 years. The second condition, that the containers would be kept in the back of the building, and so in other words, hidden from public view, unlike our friends Amazon. Remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to Holyoke. And then that they'd be maintained, and that they'd be painted in some kind of color scheme that's harmonious with the school itself. Mr. Paquin was in agreement to all of it, and he thanked us, and it was the easiest thing we had on the agenda last night.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Councilor Leahy, your hand up.
That's been up.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. Paquin also, noted probably some of the furniture and some of the material now in these days of COVID that they need some place to put them because of social distancing in some of these. So it's, it's critical that these pieces of furniture be preserved and preserved well. Containers would be steel, or I believe he said 24 by 60 bins, and they would be very secure. So he did a nice presentation, and I think the committee was very confident in what he had to say as well.
So
thank you.
No one else? The motion is to receive, adopt, grant the special permit with the conditions as they were read. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for it.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy, LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the special permit. 29D, the Committee on DGNR, who was referred in order that the DGR committee meet with the mayor, director of Women's Shelter Campaneros to discuss if the current domestic violence leave policy effectively provides for the needs of the abused employees.
Motion receive and adopt the committee can report that the order was complied with.
Motion to receive, adopt, that's been complied with. Under discussion.
Yeah, we were really fortunate last night that we had the executive director of Women's Shelter Campaneros come in, and she patiently waited, similarly to what Ms. Kavanaugh did, and just really gave some background on her career, 25 years with the agency, 2 years executive director. But the purpose of the order was really, as Councilor Murphy's order, and and the purpose of the order was to get their expertise, and so we can understand what their recommendations are for this incredibly vital issue and poignant issue with all the things going on in the world. And she was really forthcoming and helpful. And what we asked that, because I'm not kicking anybody, but Ryan did invite the mayor's office, including Mr. Bloomberg, and received no reply. So I know councilors get tired of this, but what would you have me say? I'm not the only councilor who said that the mayor was invited and no showed it. And notice, Mr. President, I didn't once bring up the panhandling task force during the panhandling discussion. I wanted to do it, but I didn't once bring it up. So the meeting was very positive. I just want to say before I shift this over to Council Murphy, I do have one late file, Mr. President. It should be in the jacket that's relevant to Women's Shelter Compañeros, and I want to take that up immediately after Councilor Murphy does a deep dive on this. Thank you.
Right, so I'll go to Councilor Murphy. I'll look for that. Councilor Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just filed this for a couple of reasons, and I want to make sure that if we have employees that are in a domestic violence situation, that they have every potential benefit to allow them to make the decision to get out of that. And as I read the current policy, number one, they're allowed 15 unpaid leave, and then it doesn't cut them off, and we don't know if, all right, after 15 days of unpaid leave, what happens to their employment status? That's one question I had. Another question was whether or not we have a uniform policy for all city employees in terms of domestic violence that would provide them the same opportunity. And the other thing would be in terms of sick leave. It was kind of gray area in terms of whether or not they were automatically authorized to use their sick leave so that they could continue to get paid while they're doing this. Those are all things that came up, and I definitely want to thank Carmen Nieves for coming and spending a good couple of hours with us and getting a good half-hour discussion with the committee. Also brought this up to my attention, the idea that many times a domestic violence person has to go to court and they don't know exactly when that's going to happen. And I would like to see that be considered in terms of personnel policy as well. I know the committee is recommending that we send this to the personnel director and have them meet with Nieves and at Women's Shelter Compañeros and report back to the city council as to what their recommendations are and or what the current status is and if we need to make any changes. Again, my goal is just to make sure anyone in that situation is not hesitant because of financial reasons or because of losing their employment or whatever the case might be. I hope that's not the case, but I want to make sure that that's not the case.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing this order up, Councilor Murphy. Again, as another great order that you're looking out for the employees of the city. And it was a great meeting with Carmen. Learned a lot about the women's shelter and how the difficult situations that people in domestic violence cases or abuse cases are handling life, especially during COVID. She did say there was an increase since COVID. I think we all know that, aware of that. More people are home now and working from home. So it's difficult, but I think it's imperative that we get her to meet with the human HR director as soon as possible. And you said to get a report back, I believe, by the November meeting, if not sooner, November 17th meeting, if not sooner. But and looking at employees' rights as far as sick time, time off of work, and if they were actually, hesitant to do something because of their employment, we don't have nobody losing financially or their job for issues that sometimes things are out of the control. But I really want to thank Terry for bringing this up again. It's something that sometimes we don't realize that people are going through, the difficulties, you know, at work or at home that they have to deal with on a daily basis. So I just think we should get this to the HR director to meet with Carmen as soon as possible and get some kind of guidance of what we can do as a counselor ongoing. So thank you.
Counselor
Mr. President?
Hold on, Counselor Graney. Counselor Bacon?
Thank you, Mr. President. My comment is a little off the main point of the order that was filed, but I was just impressed to learn that the shelter was kept open throughout all of the COVID crisis, where many shelters closed during it. And so I thought it was a extra statement of courage and commitment that she kept the shelter open. Thank you.
Counselor Graney.
Yeah, I think that the committee also, last night, we talked about the immediacy of this order to go through and hopefully get a response by November 17th, I think it was that Councilor Murphy said.
Yep.
And in reference to what Councilor Tallman said, not only has there been an increase since COVID, but the increase is 27% according to Carmen, and that is significant.
Yeah.
So thank you. Let's move on this as quickly as we can.
Anyone else? I know I see hands up from Counselor Tallman Bacon, but I think that
All
was from
set.
prior.
Set.
So a motion is to receive, adopt, that's been complied with a copy to HR for a follow-up with the city council by November 17th.
Could I just,
Yeah, Counselor Murphy.
could I just give some specific instructions there, wanting to know once the 15 days of unpaid leave, what is the employee status as one of the questions? And if the ability to take sick leave in terms of domestic violence is uniform throughout the city, or is it's each collective bargaining agreement or group gets a different view? I mean, I want to make sure that everybody gets the same opportunity. And in this particular case, you would think everyone should have the same protections. But I want to make sure we get specifics, because I don't want them to come back and then we don't get the answers we're asking for, if that's okay.
So once the 15 days of unpaid leave, what is the employee's status? Is sick leave uniform or different in each department / union?
And there's one more issue.
What, all right, Counselor?
Yeah, there's one more issue that Councilor Murphy raised last night. I think it was relative to court time, Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, yep, you're right. Yep. And that would be another issue if we provide some kind of opportunity, and I would say paid opportunity, for an employee to be able to go to court as they're going through this process.
See, I'm listening.
You're good.
Good job,
All
Dave.
right.
You're always listening.
The motion is to receive, adopt, that's been complied with, the copy of the HR with those 3 points, and back to city council by November 17th. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
The motion's been take up the late file.
Yep, so I just pulled up. So motion is to suspend rules, go out of order to late file E. I'm assuming that's one you want, Counselor? It's
I don't know what letter it is, but it's probably Women's Shelter Compañero. Also, there's only one in there.
It's E. It's definitely E.
I was guessing. So order by Counselor Bartley, Graney, McGivern, Murphy, Tallman, Bacon. Order to recognize an important achievement, to offer gratitude, and to help celebrate a milestone. The Holyoke City Council offered proclamation to Women's Shelter Campaneros on their 40th anniversary.
Yeah, motion receive, adopt, approve, and get them for a proclamation.
Here, here.
Motion to receive, adopt, and then we'll set up a time for how to get the proclamation out. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Then to 29F.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's an error. That shouldn't be on the jacket. That's in committee. That's table in committee.
That didn't, well, it says waiting disposition, so nothing happened, so it's still in committee. It hasn't come out.
Yep. Moving on.
In committee, second. All in favor? Aye.
All right.
Move the motion.
We're off to Charter and Rules, 30A. Committee on Charter Rules are referred over at the City Council through its Honorable City Council and Honorable Mayor hereby petition the Mass General Council to enact legislation to establish a process for recalling elected officials in the City of Holyoke, and that the said legislation be entitled the Act Providing for a Recall of Elected Officials in the City of Holyoke. Recommended that adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Receive, adopt, under discussion, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would refer members of the council to our agenda on September 15th, where the language was spelled out in detail. And so for tonight, rather than go through all of the language, because we did that in committee, I would just like to highlight the amendments that were recommended and adopted by the committee that are now part of this motion tonight. So the one amendment we made was under section A, where it had required 250 voters to file the affidavit. That was increased to 500. Although I did hear the comment in public that the person understood there was a 30-day limit to that. It is just the initiating petition. So there really isn't a time attached to that, just for clarification. Also, given the seriousness of any elected official being subject to recall, there was discussion in committee and an amendment was approved that a minimum of 25 signatures from each ward in the city would be required to make up the 500, the rest being able to be from any of the wards. The thinking being that it would be an at-large position serving at 4 years and would have been elected by the whole committee, the whole community.
Really?
The other amendment that was made was where there were some restrictions relative to when it could be on the ballot, which was in a November election, not in the last year person's term. There was language added that a special election could be called in order to move it if it was needed, given the time frame. Wherever throughout the language it referred to he or himself, that it be a grammatical edit, that we would refer to himself, herself, etc. throughout. And then further amendment was that when there would be candidates on the recall, that they wouldn't be arranged alphabetically, but they would be arranged randomly as we currently do our regular elections, to remain consistent with that. Beyond that, the language is as you all received it on September 15th on the agenda. And I just want to provide a little bit of context for this recommendation from the committee. This is the third time language has come before the body. It was initiated possibly as an oversight. It would have been probably better tied to the vote for the expansion of terms. If we were going to tie it with it at the time, probably would have been ideal, but it was filed right after we expanded a term to 4 years. And so it was really seen as a way of the people in the community, the voters, having a check and balance and an ability to have an accountability factor with this extended term. You know, in an example where, say, in year 2, the person is really not fulfilling the duties and there's still a long time left in the elected term. So this is the third time it's come before us. The nature of the recall is that it requires passage by the city council, signature by the mayor to proceed. The mayor was invited to the meeting. He declined in writing and indicated that he would not be signing any changes to our charter. He did not expand upon his thinking in that regard. He has consistently not signed in this regard. But from my perspective, and certainly not speaking for the rest of the committee, but we are coming to a 3-0 recommendation. Really just about good government and making sure that our elected officials are accountable to the people who put them in office and do fulfill the duties that we all take an oath to fulfill. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor McGivern, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to thank the committee for taking it up. I originally asked that it be sent to committee. I'm in agreement with the amendments and thank them for listing one of the amendments with the 500 signatures was my suggestion. I think they did a fantastic job. I voted for this in the past. I'm not a recall for 2-year terms, but when we looking at the 4-year term that is now for real, I think it triggers the need for a recall option within government itself. It's nothing personal to who's our mayor now. It's nothing personal to who's a mayor in the future. But I think the 4 years tripped the need for recall, and I think there's good language being proposed here.
Councilor Lisi.
Thanks. I'm going to ask just a few questions. So it's 500 signatures total. If you don't mind going, if I could go through the chair and ask Chair of Charter and Rules to verify these items for me. Do you mind if I do that?
Yeah.
As a president?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So it's 500 signatures total?
Yes.
And then the threshold is 25 signatures in each ward?
Yes.
Okay. And it's for any 4-year position?
Yes.
Okay. And then the one thing that the one last thing that I was confused about was whether or not this is the recall and the new candidate all on the same sort of ballot? Because you were talking, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to say I'm open and favorable to passing something. I particularly like the 500 signature requirement. I do think that the 25 signature threshold in each ward is low in comparison to the 500 signature requirement. And I'm unfavorable towards the idea that we're doing both the recall and the new candidate in the same process, because I feel that is just creating division and acrimony in a process that should be about governance and as opposed to politics. I think it injects politics into a process that should be about governance. So unless there's amendment, which I don't think we're interested in doing on the floor tonight, I'll be voting against it.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this up, Lyndon. I think your quote is about good government, and that's what it's all about. I wasn't comfortable with the 250, but when Councilor McGivern brought up the 500 signatures, it made me a little bit more comfortable with this and with the 4-year term. I know we brought this up before. After the 4-year term was put forth to the voters, it probably should have been at that time, but it's never too late to put this into play now. Whether or not the mayor signs it or not is not important. I think as a counselor that we should stay together and put this forward for anybody that's elected 4 years. I think the citizens should have a say, and that is something that we should, fully support. So thank you.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make clear to everybody and everybody in the public as well. Even if this passes tonight, and even if the mayor was to sign it, it still would have to go to the general court, get through Boston. There is no way possible this could affect the sitting mayor at this time. It would only affect whoever's in room 1 or whoever else is in a 4-year term in the next election cycle.
Anyone else?
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, the committee felt that this was all about good government, and the citizens should have the right to recall their public officials if they're not happy with their performance. Thank you.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, I think this is it's an order that Nelson Roman kind of led the charge on a few years ago. This is I don't know what happened to last. It just really got out of hand, and this there's no person on this, and so it's just about good government. I said what I said last meeting, and I'm not gonna belabor that, Mr. President. I am gonna say though that if we're keeping count, which you don't have to count that high, or one, not two, but now we're up to 3 meetings where the mayor or his assistant refused to participate. And so I'm going to make a direct plea to the council president, who is our voice, and I hope I'm not out of order in doing this, but I would ask the council president, as our duly elected leader, this has got to end, Mr. President, and we need to hear from you, hopefully at the next president's report, that yes, I, the council president, reached out to the executive office, and I noted that the city council invited the mayor to a charter and rules meeting, did not come, refused. We specifically invited him at the prior city council meeting. That's why we referred it to committee, so that we could specifically hear from the mayor. I believe that's what the finance chair and I had a little colloquy on at the last meeting, and we agreed on that. And now we know there's a second meeting with DGR, where the Ward 2 councilor had some important orders before us, and Ryan, he got really good at this finally. Putting stuff in email and documenting it. He invited and he got noped. And now I understand there's a third meeting in public safety. And nothing. What is, and I heard an order in the last meeting that said our still honorable mayor. Well, that's all well and good to say still honorable, but you got to put your hands on the wheel and start driving the car. And Mr. President, that's not happening. And is this going to just continue? I don't think it should. And I think we need, I hope I'm not out of order. I don't mean to put you on the spot, because that's not my intent. But that's three meetings in the last few weeks where zero participation from duly elected, upon request from duly elected officials. I've got to say, that's not a great batting average, and I know we can do better. So I would just humbly ask you to consider that, and maybe circle back to us at the next meeting. Thank you.
So with regard to that, you're not out of order. I didn't say that at all. And I know Ryan has reached out and has documented with emails and has his job very well, as Ryan does. We cannot force someone to come in. We can only ask, as I've always said. I know it says order to do something. That's just the language on our orders. We are, in essence, are requesting people to please come before and deal with the issues as we bring them up. I will, per your request, reach out to the mayor tomorrow, as well as Mr. Bloomberg, to find out, was it a bad week? Who knows? I don't have that answer, but we will do that. And we'll go from there. So for that, we're now off to Councilor Anderson. Burgos was next.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to make something very, very, very clear. It's not that there's something wrong with the order. It's always a good thing or good practice to have a safety net, right? There's 4 years, there's a lot at stake, and this is something that's set up to protect the city and its people. This is a good thing. This is a very good thing. What I consider a bad thing is the timing of it. I think I've mentioned this before. The timing, let's see. This first came up after our now mayor won the first 4 years. That's when it came up, like immediately after. Coincidence? I don't know. You tell me. Secondly, it came up again after the allegations that surfaced. To me, if this is such a good thing, why is the timing so bad? I do believe in this order. And you know what? To be honest, I'm going to vote on it today, but I just need you to know that. It's not that I'm against it, and it's not even about Alex, it's about the timing. And every word that leaves your lips that I listen to, that I'm like, wow, this is not us working together. This is all like little games in politics that everyone likes to play, okay? Because I see it. The way you guys communicate back and forth. You guys speak loudly through your actions, through your orders and everything. And to me, shame. That's all I see is shame and childish games. And for me, I'm gonna vote on this tonight. But I need you to know that. I want you to know where I'm coming from when I vote yes to this. Okay? That's all. Thank you.
Counselor, just one thing. I know we're talking about timing here, but I will, from my history perspective, when this all came about for me was when we were taking up the charter change, and we had a commission set up to do that, of which the charter commission did a wonderful job and came back with a very detailed amount of changes, which then it did not pass, of which the council was tasked to at least set up some type of committee, charter and rules, to take on some of the things that were worked on but did not pass. 4-year term for the mayor, maybe a 4-year term for the city council, reducing the size of the city council, all things that the charter and rules committee did take up. And now this is another piece that's been worked on throughout that process. So it's not that it's just coming up now. It's been in the works since that charter commission did all that work, and it did not pass. And we as the council took it on as setting up a committee to address a lot of the issues that were in that whole package.
So this is before my election?
This was before your election. I remember the charter commission came up, okay, I can't remember the year now.
About 8 years ago. It was about 8 years ago?
Yeah. About 8 years ago.
Okay, so then.
And this was in there. And then as Councilor Vacan, the chair, correctly pointed out, this is now the 3rd time we've revisited it, because we've changed either the language or some other things.
Well, then I thank you for the clarification. My humble apologies. And
no. Look, I totally admit the last meeting was tough.
Sure.
We as a group worked through it. So
I want you to understand, every single one of you, listen, I do love working with you guys. You guys bring something different to the table that I really appreciate. I learn from every single one of you. I really want us to like group up, get together, and really some good accomplishments, man. I just want this city to be doing so much better. And I want us to work together. I really do. Just sometimes it seems like we're slamming each other against the wall. And I love the city, and I know you guys do too. And we can be doing so much better. So much. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy was next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I did two things. Number one, clearly, if this passes, this does not have any impact on any of the current office holders. And even if it passed, it wouldn't take effect until, if I'm not mistaken, after November 2021. And then people getting elected then would have 6 months before they could be challenged again in that aspect. But the other thing I just wanted to point out to Councilor Lisi, I think almost every recall petition, almost universally, does create both the recall and the potential of having a new office holder on the same ballot. Partly because of if a person is recalled, then what happens before you end up with another special election and how you go through that. And I think the idea is if you are having a recall and if the recall is successful, that next person needs to be available within a very short period of time. So I think it is an attempt to try to, I hear the political aspect, but I think the goal is to try to be ready in case the recall is in fact passed, and be able to continue to govern without the person being recalled still in office for the next 30, 45, or 60 days.
So I see Counselor Tallman, your hand's still up.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Counselor Anderson Burgos, your hand's still up. All set? Okay. Anyone else? Counselor Lisi.
Thanks. I'd like to make an amendment to raise the 25 signatures in each ward to 50 signatures in each ward.
I could second that.
So the motion was to change the 25 signatures in each ward to 50. That was seconded. Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This matter of how many per ward would be chosen was discussed at some length in committee the other day. And what was noted is we have a huge variance in number of voters in each election from each ward. And so the number that we came up with was to try to make sure that each ward was represented, but also that we took into consideration what the proportion of that vote might be. So we wanted to come somewhere away from the notion that one ward alone could initiate a recall petition, and making the burden so high because the turnout is so low in some wards that another number would be prohibitive. So that's just to give you the discussion and thinking of the committee in coming up with the 25 when we did consider 25, 30, and 50 at the time of the meeting. I mean, I do think if we're going to set up language that we could have a recall, it has to be doable. I don't think it should be easily doable, but I also don't think it should be prohibitive. Thank you.
Counselor
Mr. President.
Hold on, Counselor Bartley, then Counselor Graney.
Let Howie go first.
All right, Counselor Graney.
I mean, this was the point that I raised, so I do want to just respond without having.
Hold on, Counselor Graney, because we can't see his hand and stuff. It makes it harder, so we'll go after that. Counselor Graney.
Yeah, once again, the voter turnout in Holyoke, generally speaking, in most elections is around 30 to 35%. So we didn't want to make, each ward, we didn't want to make it too high. We didn't want to make it too low. We just wanted to make sure that all wards could participate. All right, when you have the number of registered voters that we have in Holyoke, and when you see the number of registered voters that vote, it's a totally different situation. 1/3 to 1/3 of the voting population generally votes in these municipal elections, which is unfortunate. We would love to get more voter participation, but that cuts down the number of people who participate from each ward. And some of the wards, once again, vote significantly with more people than others, and we didn't want to make it lopsided so that, as Councilor Bacon had said, would make, one ward would be able to control that situation.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you.
Because she can't raise her hand, Dave, so I'm trying to make sure I get it right here.
Yeah.
So.
It's okay, but it's all good.
I mean, it's just to it's the point that I raised, and I wasn't able to sort of give an explanation myself when I made the amendment. It went right over to Councilor Bacon. So the point that I'm making here with 50 is that every city councilor actually has to get 50 signatures to get onto the ballot. Well, whether it's for the ward or for an at-large position, you need 50 signatures to get onto the ballot. We're not talking about votes. We're talking about voters' signatures. So this argument about the low turnout in some wards and high turnout in other wards is totally irrelevant. It's about signatures of registered voters. we all need 50 signatures to get onto the ballot. And I think that we do want a seriousness. We want the ability to do this, but there should be a seriousness and a high threshold in order to get there. And I think that 50 is, I mean, clearly we're all here because we got 50 signatures to get onto the ballot. So I think 50 is really on the mark.
Councilor
Mr.
Bartley?
President, can I respond to that?
All right, so Councilor Graney, then Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, the 50 signatures that the ward councilors get are a lot easier, are a lot more difficult to attain than the 50 signatures that the at-large councilors get, because the at-large councilors can pick from the entire city to get their 50 signatures, where the ward councilors generally get from their own ward, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, thank you. As the one that, since it was me that proposed the the signatures to begin with, I'll just, the number I had in my mind was 25 to 50, and Councilor Graney said 25, and I thought that was just fine. And as we heard early in the night from the finance chair, we were all there at the meeting and we had a good discussion. Now, I'm of the opinion that the reason I proposed it, the reason we passed it was just not to make it burdensome and not the whole, it's just to get a flavor from the whole city. I mean, we all know that of this body, or at least I hope we know, that the plurality of this body is from one ward, and that's Ward 7. So we know we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counselors from, basically, essentially from, one ward. I get it. I get it. And I see how the one ward votes. So the thinking was, so if we're going to do this petition, which I think would be an extreme measure. I mean, I gave an example the other night of an at-large school committee person that missed 1 straight year's worth of meetings, just completely disregarded every single meeting.
Back up. A whole year of meetings?
He's got the floor, Councilor.
No, it's a question. That's amazing.
Well, yeah, it's Councilor, it's documented. So missed 1 year straight of meetings without regret or remorse, and gladly took the paycheck and the insurance. 1 year straight. Now, that might trigger, hypothetically, a recall. I can't say for sure, but maybe that would do it. So it really, it's not the number, and we're all politicians. I just assume split the baby and have it be 35 and just be done with it. And I would love to make that motion. I won't do it, but we'll just, however you want to do it. I really don't care. But it was really just to get a flavor for the whole city, because I want wards 1 and 2 and everybody to be, aware of what's going on. I mean, Ward 7 is aware of what's going on. I mean, God bless them. They vote, and they vote heavy, and they vote big, and they know it. And they pretty much run the city, and that's okay. But for something like this, we need to hear from all the wards, and as best we can. I don't think it's going to be a hurdle to get the 50. I mean, I think we could get, 200. If the argument's right, we're going to get the signature. I don't mean we. I don't want to use the signatures are going to be had, Mr. President. So, I don't want to quibble over 25 or 50. I'll make a motion that I'll make a motion that is 35 from each ward, and what's 7 times 35? That's 210 plus 30. I mean, that's over half the signatures right there, and over half the and then so if the number is 500, then 35 times 7 would almost cover the half. It's 245. So that would come close to the half right there. So that's my motion. Make it 35 per ward and be done with it.
In the spirit of compromise, I'll second that.
So the motion was to change to 35. That was seconded. Seeing no more discussion, all those in favor on the 35?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? So 30. So the amendment from 25 is now 35 with the other amendments, which was 500 signatures, 35 from each ward. changing of the grammar, listing of the candidates as random, not alphabetically, and ability to call a special election. So with that, hearing no other questions, Councilor Bacon, your hands up or no?
Oh, I'm all set. Thank you.
No, okay, no worries. We'll take a vote on it. You want a roll call for this one, correct?
Yes,
Charter
please.
change. So clerk will call the roll. You vote yes, you're voting for this with the changes that were told to us, along with the 35 signatures now.
Anderson Burgos,
Oh, sorry, Councilor LeBron Martinez.
Can you clarify the alphabetical part? What was that about? The
So
alphabetical?
instead of listing alphabetically, it's they draw the names of the candidates and list them on the ballot. It's not list them alphabetically.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So back to the clerk, sorry.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
No.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 2 nays.
With your vote, you approve the charter change with the changes that were made. Off to joint committee, there is none. So off to motions, orders, and resolutions. 32 and 33, you want to take us a package?
Mr. President, if I could suspend the rules on item 32 for the purpose of taking up to adopt tonight.
32? Oh, okay, sorry. So
Second.
item 32 is order that pursuant to Mass General Law 44, Section 53, as City Council hereby accept the Center for Tech and Civil Life Grant. Motion would be to receive, adopt, pass the first reading under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a conversation with the city clerk this afternoon and learned that she reached out to a group known as Center for Tech and Civic Life after she was speaking to some of our good friends over in Whoville, who told her about this not-for-profit that has some grant money out there that is geared especially towards safe elections and especially towards safe elections during the pandemic itself. This was secured by Brenna Murphy McGee of a $41,152.50 grant with no match. She can immediately begin using it because the start date was June 5th. It can be used, as we know, early elections is in Massachusetts this year. Absentee vote is high. It can be used not only now, but it can be used on the day of election for a number of extra help, a number of extra things that she can do to make our elections safer and to make our elections run a little bit smoother. My congratulations to her. I can't thank enough of our good friends in Whoville. I'm sure Mayor LaChapelle was part of it and their city clerk, but the information was a great pass on. And I strongly urge that we pass it this evening because it's going to be put to good use by our clerk and to good use for all the voters that will be participating in the election. We have a lot more information, and the city clerk told me she'd be available to answer any questions if there are any.
Are there any questions? Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to suspend and allow the clerk to speak and to address us, and then I'm going to have a follow-up comment after that. So I'm going to
Motion
make that
is
motion
to
now.
suspend the rules to allow the clerk to speak. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councilor Bartley.
Well, Madam Clerk, did you want to say anything about this grant beyond what Councilor McGivern said through the chair?
No, I think he summed it up pretty well. We had a conversation earlier today, and I think he hit all of the points.
Okay, well, all right, then I guess my only point then is that we have an ordinance on the books that's going to require every department that receives a grant to get a report back to the city council.
Right.
And so I fully expect that you know I say this to every department head that comes before us. So this is a little bit unusual that we're doing this right now, but it's you know within reason. But every department head that comes before us, I don't want it to be a surprise that we have an ordinance that says you have to receive a grant, you report back with the telling us what the inputs were, what the outcomes were, and go from
Yeah.
there. And if you recall, Brenna, at the last, was it the last budget show or the two? I don't remember what it was. All the grants that were all over the place that were caused a massive deficit because they were just outstanding, and we had to pay from all of the free cash. So just a massive black eye on the city government, and of course, who pays for that? City taxpayers. So I would suspect that and I know your accounting system's great, but I would suspect we get a full accounting of everything that happened. And I wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone further? All right, so motion would be to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion would be to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes, and thank
You-
you for pursuing this grant, Brenna.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank
Great
you.
job.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the grant. Thank God Joe caught that, because if we didn't take that up, I probably would be in trouble. Thanks, Joe.
Long enough
It
night
is
as it is.
11:30. I mean, come on. I'm trying to-
These meetings are long.
I will ask to suspend the rules to take 33, 34, 35 together, refer to 3 to finance.
So 33, 34, and 35 to finance. That's what you said? Just to make
Yes,
sure.
please.
All right, so motion to suspend the rules, take up 33, 34, and 35 in a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, and refer to finance. All those in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? So those are off. 36.
Make a motion to suspend the rules to adopt this evening. It's the injured on duty.
Second.
Second.
So let me just pull that one up. $36 is that they're hereby appropriated $9,693.09 from firefighter lieutenant to injured on duty, of which
There are 6.
That's more than usual.
There's 2 that have been there for a while. I think they're getting ready to come off. There's 4, at least of the 4 new ones. I think 3 of them are temporary.
Yep. So, as we know, this is the injured on duty. So, motions receive, adopt, pass first reading. Our discussion, Councilor McGivern.
No, I think it's just for anybody listening. It's the accounting way of knowing when a public safety employee goes injured on duty. They're taken out of service until they can be cleared by a clearing medical house exam. And, it makes sense just for accounting purposes to separate it from the salary line item. They still get paid.
The motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yep.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the transfer.
Make a motion,
37.
we take 37, 38 as a package.
Motion to take 37, 38 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abbreviated reading.
37. 37 is read it fully. Okay, I shall. No, I'm just kidding. From Councilor McGee, order that the polling places for voting precincts in the city of Holyoke on the state election to be held Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. And this is all the polling places. 38 is that the state election in the city of Holyoke for the choice of state officers be called and held November 3rd. Polls will open at 7 a.m. and remain open until 8 p.m. Motion is to receive and adopt 37, 38. All those in
Second.
favor?
Second. Aye.
All opposed? Let me flip through the. Through the list here. $39 from Councilor McGee, that the regular scheduled meeting for November 3rd be rescheduled. We can always reschedule it or have a special meeting.
I have a special
or-
meeting. We don't need to reschedule it. You know, if something comes up, we could always, the new rule is you
call
can
a
call it.
Yeah. so I
Agree
can
with
always
Jim.
call a
Just move
special
to the
meeting.
4th.
Move it to the 4th, I hear. What do you guys want to do?
I would say not move it to the 4th. If something comes up, you could call a special meeting.
Just a
All right,
thought.
so right now it's just to reschedule it from the 3rd. We can always call a special meeting. Is that what people want to do?
Sure.
I think we should get something on the books, like, let me just see.
We will have to do the, oh no, we'll have time for that in October, November. I was talking about our city admin, getting that done. But we'll have
All right.
the October meeting to do that.
I think it's better to have a date.
I
Not
like
to leave it
November
loose.
4th, too.
Just
A motion for November 7th, 11 o'clock in the morning.
Second.
I don't,
You've done it before.
Do that? Yeah, we've done that.
Better for me.
I got a
Those stories
motion
put me
that we-
asleep. I want to go to bed right now because of Joe's stories.
Mr. President, I got a motion that we vote on this issue before 12 o'clock at night, okay?
I agree. So.
God, you gotta tighten these up. These meetings are longer and longer every week.
Be the following Monday, or yeah, you could do the 10th, the following Tuesday. That would be an ordinance meeting, and maybe perhaps we can move ordinance to the 9th.
There you go.
Are we here on the 10th?
If I could, Mr. President.
Yep.
You know, we do this every time when there's only 4 Tuesdays in the month. If we move this Tuesday, because we have to, because of the election, to the 10th, it's then 1 week before the 17th. And we end up with a slightly larger agenda on the 10th and nothing on the 17th.
Right.
So if we're going to do that, then move the 17th to the 24th, which is 1 week before the 1st. It just doesn't work.
Right.
Or you move it to, you know, the day after the election, or just
Yeah.
let the special meeting be.
I like the 4th.
I like the 4th.
I like the 4th.
Could have sworn I said that.
You did. Well, I'll second David Bartley's, Councilor Bartley's, the November 4th meeting.
So the motion, and it was seconded, is to move the 3rd to the 4th. All
And
those
the
in
clerk
favor?
gets to vote on this one.
I probably won't be there.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
I say no too, but the ayes have it.
I say
All
no.
right. So it'll be the
Maybe they
4th.
don't.
Do you show of hands? Show of hands.
Show of hands.
Councilor, a show of
Come on.
hands.
Why are
All
we
those
adding
that
to
want
this
the
meeting?
4th.
Meeting is not.
Or-
One,
or
two,
no?
three,
We're
four.
adding-
Wait a minute, what are the show of hands for, so no?
I'm trying to see. 1, 2, for the 4th. For the 4th.
11:35 for God's sakes. Let's
1,
Move
2,
on.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Rainey votes yes.
7. There you go. There's your 7. All right. So now we're on to 40. Just as a reminder, November 4th at 7 o'clock. All right. So 40 is from Councilor Bacon that we review and amend the noise and any other applicable ordinances to reduce the increased amount of unnecessary vehicle noise in our city. So ordinance.
Ordinance, please.
All those
Yeah,
in
please add my
favor?
name to that, Mr. President.
Oh, hold on a second.
Sure.
Adding Councilor Bartley, and that's the ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 41, that a proclamation be issued to Eleanor Howard in recognition of her 102nd birthday on October 18th.
And I just have to amend this. I've been noticed that her birthday is actually on the 19th.
All right, so amending it to the 19th. So a motion would be to receive and adopt, and do you want,
Can I make a suggestion, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Receive it out, then we could do a drive-by and present it to her.
Great
Well, I was
idea.
gonna say, how do you want me to get up to you, Counselor Bacon, or what did you want?
Patty Devine, one of our past counselors, has volunteered to do it up. And so that and she does happen to live in Ward 6. So if the Ward 6 counselor would like to also present it,
Absolutely.
we could do that together on behalf of the council, if that is agreeable to the council.
So you need it before the 19th. We'll try and get it there for the 18th. But see now Patty's doing it, so
Yeah.
motion is to receive and adopt. Counselor Tallman, sorry, your hand's up.
Well, I'm all set. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
42, from Counselor Bacon, or that the city clerk register of voters provide the current total of registered voters and describe the steps taken to ensure that is current and up to date for accuracy. This is following up from previously filed order.
And if I
Public
could,
service.
and
Hold on, Counselor Bacon.
if I could, Mr. President, I have 2 late files that were just because I had them stuck in my system on editing that are in the same similar vein. And I'm seeking for them all to go to public service. If
Hold on.
they're just all related to voting process and that.
So that was 42. I have late file A, which is absentee ballots.
Yeah.
I make
And
a
the other
motion
one's
that-
probably the last one.
How about Linda, they all go to public service. We'll have a
Yes.
meeting in the next couple of weeks.
It's
Yes.
the other one
It's on the voting process and how the ballots are counted and posted. It's,
I'll just have to find it in
okay,
stack. I apologize. I'm
okay.
trying to-
Mr. President?
Well, I apologize. I
President?
don't usually do late files.
No. Hey, late files happen, and we've taken some out. It might have just got attached to the ones that we took out. So
Mr. President?
here it is. I got it. It was attached to the other one. All right. So Counselor Graney.
Yeah, I'd like to, if, with the maker of the motion's permission, I'd like to be added to this.
Sure,
All right,
thank you.
so just so I get it all in order first. So 42. Suspend the rules, go out of order to late file A and D. And take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So 42, we read A is that absentee ballots and mail-in ballots shall be opened in the city council chamber with cameras on and recording to ensure witnessed and placed. D is that in light of certain news reports on issues with security and mail-in votes, we request the city clerk and register of voters to discuss with the city council the vote counting and security process to ensure the accuracy for our elections. So those 3 to public service, you said?
Yes, please.
All right, so 42 A and D to public service. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. I just want to make an amendment because I know we can't discuss the late files, but an amendment that a copy of the camera one goes to the city solicitor. I think it's important to understand the process of way absentee votes even in normal times, but it's also important to understand the process of how early voting and counting ballots before the election, which is new, works too.
Exactly.
But I do, and no offense to my good counselor who happens to be a member of the Republican Party, I don't agree with everything that is being implied here. And I'm sorry, that's the wrong way to say it, Linda. I don't agree with everything that the Republican Party is implied.
Nice.
However, what I want to see solicitor tell us is because I won a 2-vote election and absentee votes came into play, and I understand the way a ballot is filled in. And it used to be the warden had to keep the envelope that the postmark came with open the inside envelope, which is where the ballot is. And at one time, it used to have to be notarized by a notary, or the warden in the register could not open those ballots. Now times have changed, but the point I'm trying to make is the privacy of us as voters, as all voters have, is no one should know how we cast our ballots. And I don't want cameras on my ballot if I choose to do an early voting. So I just like to see explicit the rule on that to help the Public Service Committee.
If, Mr. President, if I may.
Councilor Aiken.
So the idea isn't so that somebody could see how the person's voting. It's just to ensure the transfer of the ballots so that we know they get from a place to another and they're secured, so they're counted. And the other thing is, all those of us who've run in many elections, you used to be able to go to the precinct, look at the ticker tape, and you knew if you won or not. Now with the early voting and now the mail-in ballots versus the absentee ballots, the way that they're counted is different. So you can't even rely on that tape anymore to know what the actual count is. So it's just gotten a lot more complicated, and it's just so the public can understand and have confidence in what's going on also. Thank you.
Councilor Leahy.
I'm just going to say that I think the public has a lot of confidence in Brenna and her staff. But we certainly will bring these up at the Public Service Subcommittee. And but I know that she and her staff do a fantastic job. And just having cameras on, people sitting there counting. I don't know. But nonetheless, I'm always the person saying, we're going to discuss it in committee. So let's discuss it in committee.
Right. And it's just because of all the changes. I'm not impugning anybody's work.
That's how it sounds. But
That's not the intent.
no.
Don't make my intent be what it isn't. Thank you.
All right. So 42A and D will go to Public Service with a copy to legal with regards to the cameras. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
43 is from Councilor Anderson Burgos, where that the sidewalk on the southeast corner of the intersection of St. Jerome and Dwight be repaired. So receive, adopt, send to DPW.
DPW, yeah.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 44 from Councilor Anderson Burgos, or that the city engineer request to attend our next ordinance committee meeting. Residents have expressed an ongoing concern regarding large trucks traveling up West Franklin Street, with particular concern about speed traveling, intersection of St. Jerome. Signs are posted but not being adhered to.
Do we have anything before us?
So,
Wouldn't that be public safety?
Well, in a copy to public safety, yeah.
So you want to receive it, refer to city engineer, and send to public safety.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yeah. Who's that? Councilor Rainey?
Yeah, with the maker's permission, I'd like to be added to this. This is a very dangerous curve.
Thank you. Yes, of course.
Adding Councilor Graney.
Yeah, Todd, if you could add Leahy as well.
Yep, Councilor Leahy.
Now, can I, anybody that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
To the president. Anyone that's driven down West Franklin, even if you're driving your coupe like I do, that corner is dangerous. I don't know why trucks continue to drive down that way. It's just, I mean, there's a cross right there at that corner as well. You know, a young man died there. So it's a very dangerous sharp corner, and it needs to be addressed.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you. I think it's a good order. It needs to be discussed. I believe two things. West Franklin and Councilor Bartley and I noticed up in the Great Lakes area and a couple other side streets off of Westfield Road, there's been a lot of trucks being detoured inadvertently off the main streets. I have a feeling some of it has to do with Google Maps, but I can't be for sure. But we've already asked the city engineer to look into some of this. I just want to say on behalf of the members, which I am one of the Public Safety Committee, with all you co-signers and makers of this order, I look forward to having more than 3 people at the Public Safety Committee when our chairman calls the next Public Safety Committee. Should be a good discussion. Can't wait to see everybody.
Counselor Tallman.
Yeah, I was going to sign on, but now that Joe said that, I think I'll pass. But I understand the area that it's a hazard. Juan may know I have a family member, a sister-in-law lives on St. Jerome, right by that intersection. So, and I know it's a difficult stretch of road there. So, hopefully that we can get that engineer to look at that and see what we can do about that area.
Counselor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say something similar to Councilor Tallman. My brother Patrick Leahy, he owns a house right down the street from it. That is an extremely difficult street. But once again, we'll talk about this in committee.
Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, I grew up at 246 Franklin, right on the corner. My grandmother was 2 houses up from there. And even as kids, cars were plowing into trees and speeding down that street. This has been going on for a long, long time. And I can tell you one thing for certain, it's been exasperated since they put 391 in, because it's from West Franklin now, it's a straight shot right down to 391. And I think that's where why we get a lot of that traffic. So
now we know what happened, Counselor Sullivan, huh?
and knowing that, I don't have to attend the meeting. So
all right, so 2, public safety with a copy engineer. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 45 is from Counselor Bartley. DPW install a crosswalk in front of Blessed Sacrament located at 21 Westfield Road. Refer to ordinance, copy to city engineer, MSP and HPD.
Yeah, motion, whatever I said there. Okay.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I see some hands up. Was that from prior? Counselor Sullivan, Counselor Leahy, I just don't want to skip someone here.
Sorry. No, put it down.
Okay.
Sorry.
46 is from Counselor Lisi. Or let the city council consider revisiting the special permit requirement for marijuana related issues.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think that the special permit review requirements are very technical, and I think that in the beginning, I understand that the city council wanted to have some strong oversight, but I don't think that we're making the best use of the committees or the applicant's time, because we're really relying on the reviews from the departments such as like engineering and planning departments, and we're not always even utilizing those reviews. So I would like us to understand what the process is supposed to work like and see if we can make it more efficient. So over to ordinance, please.
So to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 47 is from Counselor Lisi. Or that the city council adopt the mass recommended changes to the flood plan ordinance, see attached. And then there's the attached.
Thanks. So this is similar to the stretch code that we adopted. Like once the state and make certain changes, they want the municipalities to kind of come in line. And so this is about the way the flood plains are delineated and the requirements based on the I guess the depth of the floodplain or the expectations of the floodplain. And so I sent over an attachment, and we can review that in ordinance as well.
All right, so to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 48 from Councilor McGee, or that Ryan Allen, the city admin, is designated as special municipal employee to temporary work for DPW and city council.
Make a motion to approve.
We needed this, so I filed it just to make sure, because we're in the interviewing process. So we
Mr. President?
Yep, Councilor Graney.
Shouldn't there be some additional compensation for this?
Well, I think that's what this is doing to make sure we're in compliance. I know Crystal has her hand up, so Crystal, make a motion to suspend the rules, allow Crystal to speak. Crystal?
So a special municipal employee isn't the employee itself, it's for a position. So you would have to pick one of his positions to be a special municipal employee designated position. And then you would have to then vote to remove it as a position, but because he already works for DPW, you've now got union issues for him also working as a special municipal employee, because he may be working within the confines of the hours he's currently working, and you can't work for two separate positions in the city at the same time. There's a lot that goes into this rather than just designating him a special municipal employee, but.
No, I get that. I just want to make sure if we had to do it, we had something to act on. So we can send it to public service with the.
Maybe finance. Wouldn't it go to finance?
Finance? Whatever you guys want.
Yeah, because the whole point of the designation is that they're not collecting two salaries, and so.
Right. I just didn't want him to get in trouble, so that's why we filed the order to make sure we do
Oh,
it
yeah.
correctly.
I make a motion goes to finance.
Send it to finance just to make sure. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's the finance. There are two last late files, or sorry, three. Now I got them all together again. So we did A, we're on to B. The communication from the mayor. Subject to your approval, I hereby appoint the following to serve as a commissioner of the planning board. Rosanna Lopez. She will do a 4-year term, which will expire October 1, 2024. So send that
make a motion to go public service.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? C is from Councilor McGivern, that from parking control officer, $7,089, from park maintenance man, $8,500, so grand total of $15,672. Then for all different, mechanics and everything else, so that would be finance.
Yes, finance, please. This is a replacement order for the problem we had with the money for the DPW contract. The union that won't let Ryan work for us, that contract's in finance.
Okay. Right. So to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Last but not least is a late file from Councilor Sullivan and myself, order that the Holyoke Gas Electric provide the city council with the new pilot agreement.
I'd like to send that to finance, and the reason I think everybody needs to pay attention to this on a couple of levels. On Thursday, April 30th, we received a communication from Michael Bloomberg, right, that the HG&E Commission approved an increase to their pilot program. It goes on to say the mayor will notify us once all the paperwork is done. This was on April 30th. We've received nothing.
So motion would be receive, send a copy to HG&E, and then to finance.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Unless I missed something, which I very well could have. I think we got it all.
Long meeting.
So with that, the motion is to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Everyone have a very good night.
Good night, all.
Aye.
Good night.